Ready to go, Gary.
So hold on. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah.
Got it?
Hello and good morning. Welcome to the Committee of Adjustment for Toronto and East York. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment is called to order. A word about what we do here in our jurisdiction. So, getting a little bit of reverberation here. I'll just try to get that. Good.
Oh,
Good.
it's your computer. Is here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. we all get some technology problems, no problem. Yeah, okay. So in terms of the committee and just what we do and what we hear, we consider applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that applies to property. We also can give permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and we can also give consent to sever property to create lots. So we've got the ability to divide lots if needed. But before we go any further this morning, we want to make the following land acknowledgement. Thank you. And in respect to that, we want to acknowledge that the lands that we're meeting on right now is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. A little word about our procedure here. As many of you now know, I'm sure that the Committee of Adjustment's public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid and in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants are going to make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, which we're playing with this morning, and it's an online digital platform. These meetings are also streamed in the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may also watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting through their computer or tablet or smartphone or telephone, and they've got the option of participating via video or audio only. As the presenters are presented, they'll be muted on entry. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we ask that you also mute your devices when you're called on to speak, and that assists with not getting vibrations and feedback as we've had a little this morning. So those who are participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded as a panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, you'll be disabled and you'll be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to follow that instruction. All right, a word about our decisions and getting copies of them. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually, they need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that your name, address, and email address are correct, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you don't agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons in public bodies, as those terms are defined under the Planning Act, only those are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. And appeal instructions are always set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. All right, a few words about our hearing procedure today. I'm going to be calling each item in order in the agenda, but you'll hear in a few minutes that we're making a bit of a change up for the morning session. When you make your submissions, when an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant and agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're reaching that 5-minute limit. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to committee, they must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Our staff and our committee members, we can't accept materials right here at the hearing. When you're addressing the committee, just again for purposes of the record, would you please clearly state your name and address? Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. Essentially, the applicant or the agent will proceed first. They'll make a presentation to the committee of the application. Please note, as said, the committee is not going to entertain revisions right at the hearing today, not very likely. Committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that those who are entitled to notice that they're informed of the changes. So having heard from the applicant or his agent, then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those items that were raised by the speakers. That'll end really the public discussion. The application will then be taken into committee before these members for discussion and for a decision. All right, those are the introductory remarks. Madam Secretary Treasurer, just in terms of administration and housekeeping, are there minutes from previous meetings to be considered here?
Good morning, Mr. Chair
Yeah.
and panel members. Yes, we do have 3 sets of minutes that need to be adopted. So our March 20th Panel B, 2024 minutes, our April 10th, 2024 minutes, and our April 17th, 2024 minutes. So if I can get a motion on those.
Yes, members, could you bring the motion forward? Yes.
Chair,
please.
motion to approve.
All right, is there a seconder for that motion to approve those minutes? All right, all in favor then?
So Doug has seconded the motion.
Yes?
All in favor?
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
Passed. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see any files that need to be closed
Oh, thank
this
you.
morning.
Yes, all right.
And are there any conflicts for
Yes,
this morning's?
just panel members and staff, are there any declarations of interest or any conflicts of interest with respect to items that are on the agenda, either for the morning or for the afternoon? Yes.
So, to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Item number 14, 8 St Hubert Avenue.
Yes?
I know the architect of the project.
Ah, thank you.
Side.
All right. That's fine. You'll be standing side on that one. That's great. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none? Okay. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any deferral of any of the applications?
Through you,
that are-
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have one request for deferral. Item number 18, 23 Douglas Crescent, file number A0231/24 TEY. We can deal with this matter at this time.
All right, I see that. Is there an agent or speaker for this applicant? Again, the address 23 Douglas Crescent. Someone seeking a deferral of this item today?
Yes, it is the agent, and we're going to get them online now.
Okay.
Good morning, members of committee and staff. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perhaps you'd speak up just a little bit. Thank you.
Hi, Ava, can you hear us?
Hi, miss. You still on the line with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, members of committee and staff. My name is Ava Barnett with SMPL Design Studio, 15 Colborne Street in Hamilton. We have been in conversations with community planning, and we've undertaken some community conversations, actually. And it is our intent this morning to defer at this hearing.
Well, that's fine. I think we want to encourage more dialogue and meetings. Members, do we have a?
Sorry, through you, Mr.
questions?
Chair, we do have a number of speakers.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll have to run through that list,
Certainly.
just to ensure that they're in support of the deferral request.
Thanks very much. You're
Okay,
quite correct.
so what I'm going to do is, for those that are here in person, one by one, you'll come up to the podium, you'll state your first and last name, the address that you reside at, and then you'll state whether or not you're in support of the deferral request, okay?
Peter Smith, 19 Douglas Crescent, in support of the deferral.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Smith, 19 Douglas Crescent. I'm in support of the deferral.
Support. All right, thank you, sir.
Andrew Hainsworth, 22 Douglas Crescent, also in support of the deferral.
Support. All right, thank you.
Sophie Léger, also at 22 Douglas Crescent. I support the deferral.
Alistair Mitchell, 21 Douglas Crescent, also in support of the deferral.
Support. All right, thank you.
Georgina McMicken, 21 Douglas Crescent, also in support of the deferral.
Alyssa Aegis, 20 Douglas Crescent, also in support of the deferral.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll also hear from those that are virtual with us.
All right, thank you, yes.
So we'll go one by one.
Yes.
Jeff, you've been unmuted.
Jeff Hannemeyer from the Governor's Bridge Ratepayers Association and 15 Governor's Road. I'm also in support of the deferral.
Thank you. Daphne, you've been unmuted.
Daphne Blakeman, 25 Douglas Crescent. I'm in support of the deferral.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Connors, 41 Douglas Crescent. I'm in support of the deferral.
Thank you.
The 17th Douglas Crescent, support the deferral.
Anything further in terms of speakers?
Yep, we just have one more.
Okay.
Jonathan, you've been unmuted.
Jonathan Aegis, 20 Douglas Crescent. I'm in support of the deferral.
Good. Through you, Mr. Chair, that's all the speakers.
All right, well, it's great to see such a turnout both personally and virtually for this matter, and we're advised that perhaps some further consultation and meetings might take place with respect to this application. I think that's good. I think members would encourage that, and perhaps issues can be narrowed or shortened. Members, could we have a motion on with respect to this request for a deferral of application 18?
I'll bring a motion to defer. I think it's a good idea for the reasons you stated.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion, please? Yes.
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor of the deferral? That's passed unanimously, so that item is deferred to a further meeting of Committee of Adjustment. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We will be piloting an operational change at our hearing this morning. We will now begin with the review of the agenda. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, we will review the agenda to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications have individuals other than the applicant agent that wish to address the committee. We will call each item in the order listed on the agenda and will ask for individuals to identify themselves. If there are people in interest, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been dealt with. If there are no people in interest, the item will be called in order of the agenda for non-contested applications. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll start with item number 1, 19 Seymour Avenue. We will hold this item because there will be discussions regarding the revisions.
Thank you. That's
Item number 2, 58 Humberside Avenue. I don't see any registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation from the agent? See none, then we can hear this item at this time.
58 Humberside Avenue, okay. Sorry, members, just to catching up, was there a desire not to have a presentation on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you'll
Yeah.
have to introduce the item.
Sure.
And read out the purpose and the materials on
Sure.
file.
Sure, I just get materials listed, thank you. So with respect to 58 Humberside Avenue, here's the purpose. To alter the existing two-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition and a new basement secondary suite. Also, to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a detached garage, in the rear yard of the property abutting the laneway. In connection with this, the committee has the following communications and material. We have a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a revised site plan. We have a redlined public notice. That's a notice setting out what the various requests and variations are. We have a revised zoning notice. We have a cover letter from Jay Smith, who is the agent. We have email correspondence from the agent to a committee. And we also have a tree protection plan along with photographs of trees on the property. In terms of commenting agencies, et cetera, we've got email correspondence from the Development Planning and Review area, from Transportation Services, really. And we have a report from Metrolinx. Further, we have two form letters in support of the application by owners of 56 and 60 Humberside Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, which we will unmute at this time.
Thank you.
And we do request that Mr. Smith walk through the revisions.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, 2814 Hollington Crescent, agent for the application. The only change to the submitted application is variance number 9 for the soft landscape area. We have removed that, and that will comply with the requirement of 50%. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No, I think that's fine. That's very good. So no variance will be needed in terms of soft landscaping. Great, good. Members, are there any issues or questions with respect to this? Just looking now. All right. You wish to proceed for? Yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to put forward a motion to approve this application with one modification to remove variance number 9 and also subjected to Metrolinx warning clause report condition dated April 17, 2024. And I know that transportation have no objection. That's my motion.
Thanks very much. Members, is there a seconder? Yes, Mr. Reid? Yep. Second that motion. And all right, all in favor, this is an amended motion because of the variance. All right. All in favor then of that? All right. And that passes unanimously. So, fine, sir. You have the approval there on 58 Humberside Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 3182A Moore Avenue. There is a registered speaker, so we will hold this item.
All right, thank you.
Item number 1554 Dundas Street East. I do not see any registered speakers. Members, do you require a presentation from the applicant? See none, then we can hear this application at this time.
Fine, Madam Chair, I'm just going to, again, go through the purpose and the materials that we have for 1554 Dundas Street East. So its purpose is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a front two-story addition and a rear third-story addition, an attic, said to be an attic extension for additional habitable space. Also to permit the existing rear one-story basement walkout enclosure that was constructed without an authorized building permit. The committee has the following communications: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 7 photographs of trees. We have a cover letter from Sarah Jeanette, agent, and we have comments from Urban Forestry. We have 1 letter in opposition from Amy and Brian Smith at 1552 Dundas Street East. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the agent at this time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Committee of Adjustment.
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you. Thanks.
Hi. Did you want me to speak on the matter?
No. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thought we didn't need
Okay, so
Through you, Mr. Chair, are there any questions for the agent?
All right. There is one.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Just a question about the neighbor at 1552. They had some concerns about the eave setback and wrote a letter to that effect. I'm just wondering if you can clarify the situation.
I'm not aware of the letter.
They had some concerns around metric versus standard measurements, and I think there being maybe some conversion questions, but they wanted to confirm basically that there is zero clearance for the eaves, and there's not actually an encroachment of the eaves onto their property, I think.
No, there won't. The existing eaves that are on the existing house now, we're just going to continue that on into the front portion of that addition. There's an enclosed porch, and the owner wants to build above that. And in order to keep that existing eaves, like the rainwater system, seamless, we're just going to continue, and had the client actually measure, it's 7.5 inches from his base on the west side. So we don't intend for it to encroach onto their property.
Okay, so it's just an extension of the existing.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions or issues on this? All right, members, I'm in your hands on this one. How do you want to proceed? Yes.
Sure, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion. I think this is a reasonable application, and particularly that the neighbor's concern is being addressed. It's really within the variances that are being requested are within the pattern of development in the area, I think, and I can see no significant negative impacts that come from them. So I'll move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition 2. And I think I'd like to add in the standard language at the end saying that the Committee of Adjustment does not condone construction without a permit.
Peter, just a friendly amendment, if I might. I noticed on the site plan that they have indicated that they'll be replacing this asphalt driveway with permeable. Can we tie it to the site plan?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
right, that motion then as amended, is there all right, it's a second. All right, all in favor then of that amended application?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Who has seconded that motion?
I did.
Mr. Clay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Clay, all right. Sorry, members, just to get that, if we could have just a show of hands of all right, yes. That's approved unanimously as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Mr.
Deputy
Chair,
Clerk.
we'll move on to item number 6 and number 7. Both of these items can be heard at the same time. Item number 6 is 6 Fuller Avenue. Item number 7 is 4 Fuller Avenue.
Yes.
There are no registered speakers for these two items. Do the members require a presentation? See none? Then we can hear both applications at this time.
All right, very quickly then, the purpose of 6 Fuller Avenue, they want to alter the existing 2 1/2 story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition to convert the existing attic area into habitable space with a rear 3rd-story balcony. The committee has before us a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the subject property. And in connection with 4 Fuller Avenue, the purpose is the same, and also really the same matters. Well, 5 photographs of trees and a tree inventory plan prepared by Oots Architects Engineers. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we'll unmute the agent at this
Thank you.
time.
Hello, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Arash Bahamin at 4789 Youngest Street, representing the owners at both addresses.
On Fuller Avenue. Thank you. Yes. All right. Members, do we require a short presentation?
No.
You're not?
Quick question though, Chair.
Okay, sure, please.
This is a 3-home town, a row home. So just want to confirm, have you had discussions with number 2, Fuller, about what you're proposing?
That's correct. So our clients have had communications in place with number 2, and as far as I know, with other community members with respect to this projects which gonna be in place both at the same time. So yes, to answer your question, the communications have already been completed with the neighbors, including number 2.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. All right, members? Yes, please.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application, both application number 6, address 6 Fuller Avenue, and application number 7, address 4 Fuller Avenue, with no condition.
All right. Is there a seconder for that motion, please? Yes, please. Doug. All right, all in favor then on that and on these 2 applications? All right. Those are approved. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll proceed with item number 8, 1 Silverwood Avenue. I don't see any registered speakers for this item.
If I might, I think we missed number 5.
No, we've held number 5.
Oh, that's been
Sorry.
held. Okay,
Yes.
pardon me. Thanks.
Number 8, all right.
So number 8, no
1
registered
Silverwood.
speakers. Do the members require a presentation?
Very brief, sorry.
No, to you, Mr. Chair, I don't need presentation, but I appreciate explanation for the variance for the 2nd-story balcony.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. I'll just read out the purpose then, just wherever for 1 Silverwood Avenue. It's to permit a rear 2nd-story balcony, which is currently under construction. And committee has the following communications. We have a plan of survey, a site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a covering letter from the agent, J. Smith, and we have an arborist report.
No, I don't have any questions, sorry.
All right.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll unmute the agent, Jay
Please.
Smith.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application, 2814 Hollington Crescent. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee members may have.
Thank you very much. Yes, one of our members does have a question, and she can just put that forward again, and would like to hear your response.
Mr. Chair, the application for a building permit was filed with the building department. This was approved. A permit was issued July 10th, 2023. That included the rear balcony, as shown here on the site plan. And then in November, we filed for a revision for the interior of the home, some minor roof changes, but nothing in regards to the balcony that was previously permitted. At that time, a zoning examiner found that the balcony was approved in error, and it has already been generally constructed. We are here to legalize the balcony and to ask for the variance for the increase in size over the allowed in the bylaw, and that is basically to approve what was approved on the original permit.
All right, that's.
Sure. A quick question. So the balconies are existing. Is there any, I know there's no overlook issues on the side, I guess facing Spadina, but do you have screening on the, I guess, the west side?
I believe, no, we do not. We would be happy to add that on the east side as a condition if the committee would like that with the standard 1.5 meter opaque screen.
So if I get my sides mixed up, is it east or west?
That would be west.
West, yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you, sir. That's helpful. Members, yes, we should put forward a motion then. Yes, please.
Chair, I think this is a very simple application, and you know, I don't think, given the juxtaposition of this lot relative to Spadina, and they're very large lots, even though it was done without permission, I don't think it represents a negative impact, particularly if we put screening on the one side. So I'm happy to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the condition of putting privacy screening on the west side of the deck. And there are no other conditions.
Is there a second?
I'll
Yes,
second that
Mr.
then.
Reed, second. All right.
And can we add the standard clause for the record
For the
on
minutes,
this
I
one?
guess. All right. All right, all in favor of the, of that motion as made with that condition, and yes, just for minutes, then Madam Secretary Treasurer, a note that as usual, committee doesn't condone applications being made without building permit. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we'll proceed with item number 972 Perth Avenue. There are registered speakers for this item, so we'll hold this item.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 1043 Woodlawn Avenue East. I don't see any registered speakers. Members, do you require a presentation?
No, thanks.
See none, then we can hear this application.
Okay, just give me a moment, please. So this is 43 Woodlawn Avenue East. Yes, item 10 on our agenda this morning. Here's its purpose: to alter the existing two and one half detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story corner side west addition and a rear two-story corner side east addition below the existing third story, with a rear first floor deck, basement extension, and basement walkout. Committee has the following communications. So as usual, we have a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 8 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have a tree protection plan presented by an agent, and we have correspondence in support from Mr. Job at 81 Woodlawn, Avenue East.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the agent at this time.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, it's Michael Persicchini speaking on behalf of the owners. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you. And we have your address, do we, sir?
My business address is 1 Sheffield Street.
1 Sheffield Street, right? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
So I think the notice for this project is straightforward, with one variance here being the floor space index, and essentially I didn't really want to dive into that. So all I really wanted to explain was the addition, because the addition is a little bit unconventional. Because there's already an existing addition to the back of the home, and it's a kind of awkwardly shaped addition. Yeah, we can zoom into that second site plan there. I won't get into the terrace and the basement because it's not involved with the variance, but the extension of the back, there's an existing 2-story along the middle portion of the rear, and that second story extends over the top portion of the page there. That area there. So the addition is essentially, we're filling in this space so that the back of the home is all level, all in one line and 2 stories. And I also wanted to point out that there's an existing 3rd-story loft in this home, and it accounts for the floor space index, even though the owners are subject to low headroom in most of this area because it's within the roof. So it drives that number a little bit higher than what we were hoping for prior to the notice. But in any event, that's pretty much all I wanted to explain. I felt that it was not really invasive, as it's already projecting out, and it's within the current depth of the extension of the home already.
And the increase in FSI, that's going up to 0.76 times the area of the lot. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to help out as best I can here.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions. Members, with respect to this application? Oh, one question here, please.
No, I don't have any
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
If my colleague don't have any question, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Please do, sorry.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application. This is a very straightforward application with no condition. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that motion, please? Yes. Doug, all right. All right, all in favor? Yes. Okay. It looks like unanimous, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll proceed with item number 11145 Marlborough Place. I don't see any registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation?
No. Just,
No.
See none? Then we can proceed to hear this item.
I just, yes, just need a moment. I'm sorry. I'm curious. 145 Marlborough? Is that? Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yep. Thank you. So just before we bring in any speaker then, so the purpose of this application on Marlborough Place is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story row house by installing 1 secondary suite within the basement and by constructing a front basement walkout with a new front door in order to provide access to this secondary suite from the ground floor. Committee has before to plan a survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. We have 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, and we have a tree protection plan from a Graham Day.
Through you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, will unmute the agent at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, committee and chair. My name is Graham. I work at 37 Main Street South out of Waterdown, Ontario. I am the agent on this application on behalf of the owner, Daniel Schneider, who is also here as well.
All right.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I think we can. Yes.
Perfect. Happy to answer any questions. I did notice there was a letter written by a neighbor who opposes the matter at 143. I'd like to clarify, majority of her letter seems to bring into question a lot of work that was done previous to my client's ownership of the property. I'd just like to make that very clear. Our proposed work will adhere to the building code and the required route for approvals and permitting, which is also why we're here before you today. She does touch on that the walkout will affect the aesthetics of the overall building, being a heritage example of the brownstones type building. But I think if you look at the elevations that I've prepared for you, a simple existing and proposed, you'll see the only difference really is a guardrail change out, as well as the front porch, kind of slightly, the geometry is slightly different. All brickwork, all details pertaining to the actual building itself are not to be altered or even included in the scope of work. And just to also mention that there are also many properties with similar walkouts on the front facing elevation on Marlborough, 83, 65, 61, 31, and 19 to be specific. And then there are also several others on streets surrounding who have also done similar projects or scope of work similar to this. I think that pretty much concludes what I have prepared for you today. Happy to answer any questions or concerns you may have.
Well, just noting, some reduction then in soft landscaping requirement.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Members, any other questions for the speaker?
Chair, just a quick one, if I might. I have frankly no problems with this application. I think it's a good one, introducing rental accommodation into this area. But I do note, just confirming, it's very tight, your front to the property line, the sidewalk, and I guess this roadway looks more like a laneway. This work is entirely being done on private property? You're not
That's correct.
tripping
It
over
is.
into the municipal portion?
That's correct, yes. You can see on the site plan there. Yeah, everything's going to be done within the property lines. There's a little bit gap to the sidewalk that's there. Maximizing it
Yep,
as
okay.
much as possible.
No, that's helpful.
Yeah,
I just wanted to confirm that. Thanks.
yep, we did manage to figure this one out.
I have one question, Chair.
Yes.
Thanks. Thanks to the applicant. I agree with Mr. Clay. I think that the scope of work, I'm not concerned with that, but the neighbor did bring up the rear yard and the decking, which covers most of the rear yard. I understand that's not what you're touching right now, but can you talk about that and why that's maybe not being flagged as a variance?
Good question. I thought it would have been brought up in our zoning review. Again, it wasn't part of this application, so everything's existing. For whatever reason, the zoning reviewer did not flag it, and my only guess is that it's not being altered, so everything's existing and being maintained as is.
Okay, thanks.
It is a wood deck though, right?
Is it wood deck, sir? Yeah.
I believe it is. I know the owner is also here. He may be able to speak better on that. I believe so.
You want to check with that person just quickly?
Sure. If you could unmute. His name's Daniel Schneider.
I believe it's wood. It might be a composite wood. That deck has been around, I think, for a number of years. I went back to a real estate listing back from 2012 when that was sold 2 owners ago, and the deck was more or less the same.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we'd just like to see if it isn't a variance for soft landscaping, at least whatever's there allows water to make its way through and into the ground.
Yeah, certainly, to the extent that there is wood decks or composite wood decks, there's grooves in between each panel, so water can get into the ground.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Please state your first and last name and the...
Sorry, my name's
Your
Daniel
address.
Schneider, 145 Marlborough.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, members, we have a motion with respect to this. Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion. I think this is a good project. It's sensitively making an access to a basement for a new unit, and that's positive. So I'm happy to move approval of the application without condition.
I'll second that, Chair.
All right, the motion is second. All in favor then of members? All right, that's unanimous. You have your approval, sir, to that variance.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll proceed with item number 12, 89 Chester Avenue. There are registered speakers for this item, so we'll hold this item.
Yes.
Item number 13, 24 Austin Terrace. There are registered speakers, so we'll hold this item.
Okay.
Item number 14, 8 St Hubert Avenue. I don't see any registered speakers. Do the members require a presentation for this item?
Just a moment on this. It's
Yes.
St Hubert Avenue.
Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
This was, sorry, miss, we have, yes, we
Yeah.
have conflict here, so, all right, thank you. Yes, all right.
So I don't see any need for a presentation, then we
Right.
can hear this item.
All right. 8 St Hubert Avenue, and, excuse me, just giving you the full purpose of the here. Yes, on this item 14, then, the purpose, to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a front, rear, and south side ground floor additions, a complete second-story addition, a partial south third-story addition, a new front porch, a front integral garage, a rear ground floor deck, a south side entrance, a rear basement walkout, and front and rear second-story balconies. There will be a total of 2 units, so there's 1 secondary suite in the basement within this dwelling. We have the usual type of material, survey site plan, 3 photographs, cover letter from an architect, tree protection plan, and we have staff reports simply from urban forestry, and we have a letter, a correspondence in concern from a Robert Martin and Mary Marusis at 10 St. Hubert Avenue. All right, we have the agent.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the agent at
Thank
this
you.
time.
Just going to catch up with him here.
Said, you are unmuted.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. My name is Saeed Mahboubi, 1670 Bayview Avenue, Suite 302. I'm presenting the owner of 8 St Hubert Avenue, and I would happy to answer any question that committee may have.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just taking a moment, just taking a quick look at the variances to remind myself. There was a lot happening in terms of what's being built, but all right, just need a minute. 5 variances, all right. Are there any questions for this applicant that we have online? Yes. Yes, Mr. Reed.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question around the Urban Forestry wrote a memo with some feedback about your proposal, specifically the serviceberry tree. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, we saw the report, this morning. Urban forestry, we have a small tree, 5 centimeter in diameter that, is in the middle of the driveway. And we know that, we are aware that we need to get the permit from the urban forestry to remove or injure that tree.
Okay, thanks.
The tree is on the driveway. And you can see in the picture is very small tree. And the urban forestry mentioned that, is 5 centimeter.
Okay, and Urban Forestry did mention that the driveway location or design may need to be altered, or are you
We are
open to
aware
that
of
kind of
that one.
conversation?
Yeah, we were aware of that one, and we want to work with the urban forestry to solve that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I take it that we make that as a condition for going forward. All right. Mr. Reed, do you want to lead us on this one then? Put forward a motion?
Sure, if my colleagues don't have any other comments. This is a big, it's a big building that's going to go in, but I think the variances being requested are quite minor. I was satisfied that there's no length or depth or side yard variances or height, so I think this is really within the spirit of the bylaw. My only concern was the urban forestry condition, so I think that will be addressed throughout the permitting process. So I'm happy to move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition 1.
Yes, Mr. Clay seconds that. All right. Of the members present, then all in favor of that? All right. Yes, Madam Deputy Secretary, we have unanimity among that, so thank you. We can bring our other member back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will proceed with item number 15, 223 Shaw Street. We do have to hold this item because we don't have the agent yet. Item number 16, 71 Keel Street, we'll hold this item as well because there are registered speakers.
Okay.
Item number 17, 285 to 297 Danforth Avenue, we'll have to hold this item because there are registered speakers.
Okay.
And then obviously, item number 18 has been deferred.
Yeah.
So for public record, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
items 1, 3, 5, 9, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 17 have been held because there are registered speakers. At this time, we can proceed with item number 1.
All right. Thank you. That's address at 19 Seymour Avenue, and Chair is just going to take a minute and get his documents straight here. Yes, thank you. So, okay. Back to number 1. Yes. All right, so at the top of our agenda then, number 19 Seymour Avenue. Here's its purpose. Construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front 3rd-story balcony, a front basement walkout, and a front porch. Also to reconstruct the rear ground floor deck with stairs and construct a green roof on the partial cover of the deck. Committee has before it the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 4 photographs of trees. We have a cover letter from the agent, Ms. Marco appears. We have an arborist report and tree protection plan, and then we have simply email correspondence from Metrolinx, and again a staff report from Metrolinx, and that's that. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will turn your attention, we did receive a very late report from Community Planning.
Oh, thank you.
We'll have the presenter presented on the screen.
Thank you.
Community Planning is requesting that variance number 3 be refused. So the applicant may want to speak to this. So at this time, we will unmute the applicant.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, could you speak up a little bit louder, but we're hearing you.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that is. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So my name, through you, Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Ana Cascon Marco. I'm the senior architect at Collaborative Architect. Our address is 943 Queen Street East in Toronto.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as the applicant for 19 Seymour. I would appreciate if the presentation material could be pulled up.
Can we just clarify before she goes?
Yes.
Does she agree with planning's recommendation or not?
I don't agree.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
943 Queen Street East in Toronto. I'm speaking as the applicant for 19 Seymour. Can you hear that? Sorry, I could hear myself talking back again.
Yes, it seems to clarify now. All right. I guess you have a total of 5 minutes. Perhaps make a concise presentation for us, and you can cover that item that's in the committee planning staff report.
Okay, thank you very much. So through you, Mr. Chair, the building that you see in this first image that it was on the first page is a replacement house of an existing 2-story detached dwelling into a 3-story detached dwelling. All variances but 2 are the result of rebuilding existing structures. Minor variances 3 and 4, however, are a result of expanding the building and optimizing the proposed building to be built to the highest sustainability standards, which include the use of low carbon emission materials and prefabricated panels to reduce the impact on neighbors during construction. Our clients have received 13 signatures of support including the most affected neighbors on either side, as you might have seen in the petition of support letter. There has been no opposition from neighbors, which really reflects that neighbors see this building as an appropriate addition to their neighborhood. So if you can go to the next one. The Pocket neighborhood is a true neighborhood. It's in essence a very cohesive neighborhood with a very active community association. My colleague Paul Dowsett is part of the Pocket Change Project, which is all about neighbors helping neighbors to reduce carbon emissions of their homes. And as you can see here, it's a very limited neighborhood. The next slide, please. As you can see in this diagram of the front elevation, the proposed contemporary roof, which is highlighted in green, would have no more impact than what a traditional as-of-right roof would, which is highlighted in red. It might be too small on your screens, but the areas highlighted are 923 versus 942 square meters, which yields a difference of about 2 by 2 inches. The roof shape is a response to get better orientation for solar photovoltaic panels, so PV panels. We spoke with the planners, we heard their concerns, and we found a middle ground to reduce the impact of the massing while still providing a functional layout. We stepped back the third story and maintained the roof extent and orientation as seen in the plans. Next slide, please. Here's an example of another dwelling on the adjacent street, which is doing what we're asking. It provides a shed roof, which is tilted towards the sun to optimize solar. Our proposed massing has less impact than this building. However, both designs are clearly aligned. This shows that our proposal would indeed respect and reinforce the neighborhood character, and as mentioned earlier, has already received the support from 13 neighbors. In response to the sidewall height, if you can go to the next slide, and the impact of the building, as you can see, the city tree, which is in front of our client's house, blocks the view of the house for half of the year. Next slide. The roof design is a function of solar generation. This is a summary of how the roof will perform, which, as you can see, the proposed roof will provide up to 97% of the energy required by the home, providing a true net zero carbon emissions home now, not in 2040. And next and last slide. This proposed energy efficient and energy producing house is what every home in the city of Toronto needs to be before 2040. Just for the record, on April 17th, 2024, so last week, Toronto City Council adopted a series of actions to mitigate the effect of greenhouse gas emissions and achieve net zero emissions by 2040 in Toronto. So based on all of the items that I just mentioned, we would like the committee to support this proposal, including minor variance number 3. As clearly, there are no concerns from neighbors about impact and provides an enhanced building that is very much aligned with the general intent of the official plan and City of Toronto net zero policies. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, Ms. Clay.
So is the principal reason for this design for solar generation so that you can put panels up there? Is that, or is this an architectural decision, or is it a structural decision, or is it in respect of solar generation? I presume that roof slopes towards the south or somewhere where there's a good gain of sunlight?
Yeah, so yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. That is one of the main reasons. The other main one, as I mentioned, this house, in order to reduce impact to neighbors, is going to be built with prefabricated panels, which are built on a different site, and then they're brought here and installed sequentially.
But that's not a design issue. That's a production issue. So what I'm hearing is your main objective is to try and maximize your solar gain.
Yep, maximize solar gain and an efficiency of construction and the building performance.
Great, thank you. Through you, Chair. Sabrina, we didn't see the planning report, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
Is there a reason?
But it is posted here. It came to us very late.
Right.
So their reasoning, do they have something that gives us their reason? Maybe is there a comment section?
Yeah, just scroll down. That's the context there. Or just scroll down to the comments.
There you go.
Yeah.
I could say, city planning is recommending a refusal of variance-free side exterior main wall height as it fails to maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan, or is not minor in nature, or is not desirable. The proposed variance does not respect and reinforce the neighborhood character. So Speaker, do you want to sort of address that as essentially, having looked sort of at the usual tests, but they're saying, this really doesn't respect the sort of existing physical character of the neighborhood. What's your response?
My response for you, Mr. Chair, we had shared with the planning department several images of similar houses that have been built in the Pocket neighborhood over the last 20 years, all of them being of like tall, narrow buildings like ours. So this definitely would kind of like fit within that same language. And I think on page 4 of the presentation that I just shared, that is one of them. And the reason why we only included that in our presentation is because it's very, very similar to our design.
All right, thanks for that. Members, any other questions for the speaker here? No? All right, seeing none. All right, thank you very much. Madam Deputy Secretary, is there another speaker or opposition?
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
no, we don't have any registered speakers for this item.
Okay. All right, members, unless there are further questions at all, the speaker, let's take it in for a discussion. Views on that? Sorry, Mr. Reed, go ahead. Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think a bit of discussion is in order. I actually don't agree with the community planning recommendation. I think the impact of this additional wall height is really limited because the house is staying within its existing footprint, and so you've got the wall of the adjacent house, which is it's very close, right there, and I think that additional height is very minimal in terms of the impact, and particularly I think it was helpful to see the gambrel roof shown by the applicant about what is permitted as of right versus what's being shown here. So I think it's supportable on its own.
Comments? Yes.
I'd agree with
Yeah.
Peter. I mean, 3 stories are permitted pretty much as of right everywhere, and this presents as a 3-story, almost a 3-story flat. I think it's commendable when we see homes introducing solar power generation, and I take the agent's point that you maximize the degree to which you can gain solar power by having a roof sloped in this direction of this nature. I think it makes sense. My only observation is, and I'd say this to the agent and perhaps to others, if you look on the street view, there is a bungalow basically beside it, or I guess 1.5 story maybe. But when you do the renderings, it looks like you're showing a 2-story building next to it, and I think that's a little bit out of line in terms of trying to minimize the impact and the overlook of the next door. But that's just an observation. I think it should be in a more accurate representation when you do renderings. But having said that, I agree with Peter. I think he makes good points.
Anything else, members? No. All right, may I have a motion then? Please.
Sure. For the reasons I said, I'm happy to move approval of the application with no condition.
Mr. Clay,
I'll second it. Was there there was just a Metrolinx advisor? I think it was the easement one?
The easement one.
Do we have to put that in the record? No, we don't. Okay, second that.
All right, all in favor then, members?
I oppose.
One present. One dissent, Madam Secretary Treasurer, from Nazars. Nizzola, sorry. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 3.
Yes.
182A Moore Avenue.
Okay, thank you. All right, just a second, that. Yes, just needing a moment with the materials. And, agenda item 3, 182 Moore Avenue. Here's its purpose: to construct a new two-story detached ancillary building containing a front basement walkout, a front integral garage, and one garden suite on the cantilevered second story in the rear yard. The existing ancillary building or garage is going to be demolished. Committee has before it the plan survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan received April 16th. 4 photographs of trees on the property are there. There is reference to earlier Committee of Adjustment applications, it says affecting, so there appear to be 4 previous Committee of Adjustment decisions, I see, and an intermunicipal board order affecting the property. Let me ask about that. So, in addition, commenting agencies then, just from the tree protection plan, and we do have a community planning report. And in support, we have 3 form letters in support from persons on Moore Avenue. All right, so it appears
Through you,
to-
Mr. Chair,
yes.
we'll unmute the agent at this time, and we do have 1 registered speaker.
Yes, all right.
Joel
Good morning,
Gerber,
my
you've
name-
been unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Joel Gerber of 23 Doncaster Avenue.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Thank you for your time. I'll endeavor to keep my presentation short and sweet. A brief history of the project included a mid-2000s severing of the land and development of 2 detached dwellings by the previous owners. A couple of years ago, the committee had approved what I would call a Central London iceberg project, where the entirety of the rear yard was shored and excavated for an underground structure, and building permits were obtained for this. During the initial foundation phase of the project, the schedule was paused for a couple of reasons. 1 was a simplification of structural scope, and 2 was the interest to create a multi-generational housing option for the family via the garden suite. The project is quite simple, but with very technical challenges. Many of the variances requested herein stem from the original approved project shoring design and the alignment with the structural walls. Collaborating with city planners has accommodated the sculpting of the second floor plan to minimize the original angular plane penetrations and shadowing impacts on the neighboring property to the west. There is an anticipation of a similar garden suite project to the neighboring property on the east, with a shared mutual drive. The client family has canvassed the neighborhood and obtained 3 letters of support for the following variances: the soft landscaping, rear and side yard setbacks, angular planes, maximum height, and a garden suite platform above the ground floor. The proposed design is actually an improvement over the previous committee-approved site plan with regards to the soft landscaping as it relates to the driveway leading to the parking within the garage structure. The rear yard and side yard setbacks were a consequence of the structural alignment of the previous project. We have the Mount Pleasant Cemetery to the north, which is the rear yard setback, and the tight side yard setback to the east is with the neighbor sharing the mutual drive. The angular plane was dramatically reduced after recent collaborations with community planning, where it was decided to shift the entire second floor plane back almost 3 feet to minimize the disruption to the neighbor on the west and to reduce significantly the proposed variance. The maximum height is a minor 4 inches, which is really predicated on the equipment within the vehicular equipment within the garage and accommodating only 8 feet on the second floor. And finally, the garden suite platform above the ground level was due to the fact that the entrance to the garden suite had to be via an exterior stair. So while there's no patio or sitting area, it's merely a mid-landing into the garden suite to minimize any potential impact to privacy with regards to the intent of the platform above the ground level. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would welcome any questions at this time.
So that you're saying there was a consent to sever then in the past, and that was granted, I guess, and not appealed. I see that some of these committee decisions go back a number of years. Was your client involved in any of those? And I'll just add into that too, this Ontario Municipal Board order affecting the property. Is that the history, or is that part of your client's work here?
No. So anything with regards to the OMB or any part of the severance in previous decisions was all tied with the previous owner of the land that pursued the development to sever. There was one previous decision, I believe it was a year and a half ago, about 2 years ago, where my client had engaged the committee for the underground parking structure, which was quite a bit grander than what we're proposing now.
Okay. Members, any questions? Yes, Mr. Clay. Yeah, sorry. Mr.
Oh,
Clay,
sorry,
please.
go ahead, Doug.
Sure.
Sorry, I just had a question. I'm just looking at the site plan proposed on the document AS 102. And am I right in understanding there's a right-of-way between the two severed spots, and it looks like the scissor lift is in part of that right-of-way. Is that a problem in your view?
I mean, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, that was it. You go ahead.
Oh, when we had overlaid the previous survey, that was shared with the next door neighbor, and they had provided a letter of support. Beyond that, I wasn't familiar with any other issues.
We're beyond the 5-minute limit, but we'll just, members, any?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could, Chair.
Please.
Just looking at so I think I heard you say that your rear yard landscaping as proposed is better than it was before, which I think is commendable. Looking at your site plan, you've got a scissor lift for the vehicle elevator, and it looks like it's pretty much all soft landscaping. So I guess I'd just ask you, is there any, you're still quite a bit light on the landscaping. Is there anything you can think of that might be able to improve that yet further? For example, the right-of-way seems to go over the scissor lift, so I'm going to assume that you're going to have to probably pull or tear up some asphalt paving. So is there any chance that you could introduce some permeable pavers into that driveway right-of-way?
It's definitely something we could consider. The only challenge is that we're currently in the works of putting a plan together with the neighbor to do a heated driveway to avoid any snow shoveling, and I'm not personally familiar with using permeable pavers with the radiant heating loops. That would be my only concern. Otherwise, if it's of any consolation, I know the planning doesn't recognize it as part of the stormwater management regime, but there was some discussions about putting a green roof on top of the garden suite for, from a design perspective, but that or a portion thereof, so that may offset some of the anticipated burden or perceived burden of the rainwater. I mean, there's a fairly significant slope towards the cemetery at the rear. And one of the benefits, I guess, with the car lift is that there's a mechanical drain that will assist, via the sump pump to mitigate any of those issues. But I'm not sure if that addresses your concern.
Yeah, no, I take your point about the driveway heating. I don't know what's technically possible, so I don't want to impose a condition on you that might not be doable. But I do like the idea of the green roof. Particularly if your neighbor's going to be doing something similar, wouldn't it be great if we could get green roofs on both of those? So if you're amenable to that, I think that actually helps a little bit. It doesn't address the landscaping, but I think it gets towards the objective that the city's trying to achieve. So if you're comfortable with that, could we put that in as a condition?
Yeah, I guess my only reservation would be like the extent to which, just like given that we hadn't formalized anything with the client, I don't know if it's a percentage or a minimum area or what were you thinking?
No, I think I'd just leave it to you, and we'll just introduce a condition if my colleagues agree, that you would introduce a green roof over the structure. We wouldn't necessarily say 100% or any percentage. We'll just leave it as that, and you can do the best you can.
Yeah, no, I would welcome that.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have registered speakers, so if there's no further questions, then we can go and hear from the registered speakers.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Galanis, and I am the homeowner of 186 Seymour Avenue since 2007. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this public hearing. Firstly, I wanted to say that we have a good relationship with the neighbor and are excited that they are investing in their property. My comments are specific to the fourth requested variance pertaining to the angular planes, specifically on the east side of the structure. One of the things that I was most attracted to when purchasing my home was not having neighbors on the north side, being Mount Pleasant Cemetery, which has historically allowed for both privacy and unobstructed views of a national historic site that are very hard to replicate in this city. Given the current proposal significantly penetrates the 45-degree angular plane on the east side of the structure, the building mass on the east side will be much more significant than would otherwise be allowed. In my opinion, this will impact the unique views of the beautiful green space, which is one of the benefits of living on the north side of Moore. And from what I heard earlier, it sounds like this has actually been addressed on the west side of the structure. A second point, on the note of privacy, by penetrating the 45-degree angular planes, it also allows for larger south-facing windows. Again, this will reduce the privacy at the back of our house. One final point. In the public hearing notice plans that dated back to April 2nd, there were stairs leading to an operable skylight for roof access. I want to ask whether there is any intention of using the roof as a terrace, as again, this would further impact privacy. I really appreciate your time today and having the opportunity to speak and bring up these concerns of ours.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. Fine, Jimmy, that's fine. So Dina is of the same view, I take it.
Correct. Dina's my wife.
Sure, certainly. All right, thank you. We'll put that question to the agent applicant. All right, I take it there are no other speakers. So
through you, Mr. Chair. No, there are no other registered speakers, so we
Mr.
can
Gerber
hear
back
back from the agent.
All right, sir. Yes, I see it. Yeah, the garden suite. I'm seeing it's ancillary building, etc. So you've heard the concerns. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we completely appreciate the comment shared. We did actually remove the stairs to the rooftop, which was originally intended to kind of service the anticipated mechanical units, but to avoid any risk of further privacy issues, they were in fact removed. And I guess as a consolation, given the address a few doors down, if in the future a garden suite was proposed on the adjacent property of 182B, my assumption would be that a similar sculpting of the second floor, or simply trying to achieve the zoning intent would be met. This was a bit of a unique project, given that the previously approved foundation was a little bit restrictive for us to work with on top by a different agent at the time. So there was a little bit of a unique consideration for this particular address, and given the direct adjacency to 182B, and working with them as neighbors to kind of get the project and community planners letter of support. But I guess to your benefit, in a future anticipated hearing, future anticipated design, I'm confident that your concerns could be addressed at that time.
So there wouldn't be a deck or terrace on the top of the garden suite?
It's gonna be a green roof.
That's correct. Yeah, it'd be a.
Thank you. Yeah, my colleague just suggested that can be a green roof?
Yep. It would have to be, I guess, accessed via ladder.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that too, yeah. Other questions for the speaker? No, all right. Okay, sir, thank you. Members, any comments? Yeah, please. Larry,
Again, I'll just make a comment. I think, given the explanation by the agent, I think this is a reasonable application. I think about it also in the context. It's got the cemetery in behind. I look at the rear yards; they're all very well treed. So I think this structure would be, at least for three quarters of the year, will be reasonably shielded from neighbors across the street. There's parks, and I think it's a school. So I think it's a reasonable location for this kind of structure, and I thought it was a reasonably handsome design. I don't see the variances before us as being overly problematic. My concern was originally the landscaping concern, but it sounds like it's improved from the previous application. Plus, I think the agent has agreed that a green roof would be doable. So I think it's a supportable application. If my colleagues don't have any comments, I'm happy to move a motion.
Just move, yes.
Through you, Mr.
Please.
Chair, can I have a friendly amendment? Staff on the report dated April 16, 2024, recommend a condition to be adopted that the owner shall construct a proposed auxiliary building containing a garden suite substantial in accordance with drawing A105 roof plan, A201 south elevation, and A204 west elevation received by the committee on April 16, 2024, and also subjected to urban forestry condition. No,
Yep.
sorry,
Yeah,
no,
I was
no
gonna get to
urban.
that.
No, yes. Oh, you're.
I was going to get that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I-
that's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application, subject to the conditions my colleague just cited, tying it to the roof plan, but I think with the condition that a green roof be introduced into onto the roof. Sabrina, that was kind of an ugly way of saying it, but I'm sure you'll polish it up. Thank you.
Seconder for Larry's motion, please. Yes.
I think there's an urban forestry condition too as well.
I did have, yeah.
Oh, you
yeah,
said that?
Yeah, you said, yes, he
Pardon
cited
me.
it.
Seconded. All right, all in favor then? Yep. Thank you, Sabrina. I think that is unanimous.
Thank you for your
sir.
time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 533 Kirk Newton Road. We do have one registered speaker for this item.
Okay. Okay, just a minute then. All right, moving to item 5 of the agenda, 33 Kirk Newton Road. Here's its purpose: to construct a new 3-story detached fourplex dwelling with a front ground floor porch with stairs, rear balconies on the ground floor, 2nd and 3rd stories, a rear exterior staircase, as well as a rear basement walkout. The existing ancillary building, which is a shed in the rear yard, will be demolished. All right, well, somewhat not exactly transparent, but that's what's before us. And committee has the following: a plan of survey, a site plan. We have floor plans and elevations. We have 6 photographs of trees of the subject property. We have a planning rationale from Christian Chan from the planning agency. In terms of comments to us, we have an advisory report from Metrolinx. Opposition, we have correspondence from Stephen Gaccinero, if I'm pronouncing that right, and Anna Caternia, and other at 35 Kirk Newton Road. And we have a 15-signature petition in opposition signed by owners or occupants of various addresses, again, all on Kirk Newton Road. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
at this time, we will unmute Christian Chan.
Yes, thank you.
And committee members, my name is Christian Chan. I'm the land use planner and agent for the applicant, Mr. Rohan Sedana. My address is Suite 138 at 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. All right. Just taking a quick look here. Members, any questions, or I'll invite him for a short presentation? What do you think?
We have speakers? Yeah, we need a presentation.
Okay. All right, fine. Christian, would you proceed then with a presentation to committee outlining the variances requested?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the three variances sought in this application are for the proposed building height, south yard setbacks, and front platform encroachment to the front and side yard setbacks. So in my opinion, the proposed variances for the fourplex meet the Planning Act's 4 test. In discussions with city planning, so prior to me filing the rationale, I discussed the proposal with Kirk Hatcher and John Holmesy of Community Planning. Planning staff noted no concerns with the application for the fourplex development. I do know that there's some community interest in this application. I'll address that after their comments are made. So the purpose of this application, as stated by you, Mr. Chair, is for a fourplex building. The ground floor area will be 293.91 meters squared with a depth of 16.92 meters. So it complies with the multiplex bylaws maximum building depth. The proposed floor area of each of the 2-bedroom rental units is 97.97 meters, or approximately 1,024 square feet. So the site is in a mature neighborhood on a street that is characterized by a mix of low-rise building types. The immediate context contains detached, semi-detached, and multiplex developments between 1 and 3 stories in height. The site is subject to the multiplex site and area specific policy SAS 826 as well as OPA 649, the multiplex amendment. So the property is also within the study area boundary of the Little Jamaica Cultural District Plan, which report was prepared in September 2023, and the report I note references housing needs in the neighborhood. The site is also within the Fairbank TTC station major transit station area on the Eglinton line. And just with respect to the Fairbank MTSA, the planned density within the MTSA is 262 persons and jobs per hectare, and the applicable SASP, the site and area specific policy, is number 675, which provides minimum floor space indexes and minimum units per site of 0.5 FSI or 3 units. So that can be seen on the map on page 6 of my planning rationale. I also researched the neighborhood housing context, which I think would be of particular interest in this file. The Caledonia Fairbank neighborhood has a higher percentage of households with inadequate housing and unsuitable housing than the City of Toronto at large, pursuant to the core housing needs for the neighborhood. The neighborhood also has a significantly lower percentage of rental households in comparison to the city at large. There was a 44% rate of unaffordable housing for renters compared to 22% for owners in this neighborhood. I think that's important to consider from a housing perspective. Pursuant to the city-initiated OPA and ZBAs for multiplexes, my client seeks to increase housing options in the neighborhood and desires to develop the property accordingly. With respect to the variances, their justification. So variance number 1, with respect to maximum height, if I can ask staff to go to the elevations on page 11 of the drawings. So the variance sought is 0.53 meters above the permitted maximum height of 11 meters for the fourplex. The number of stories complies with the zoning bylaw and conforms to the neighborhood policies of the OP, which permits up to 4 stories. And just in order to visualize the increase in height that's being proposed at 53 centimeters is approximately 1.74 feet, or about the length of your forearm and your hand over the permitted maximum. And in my opinion, this minor height and increase numerically is about 4.3% over the permitted maximum, is imperceptible from the streetscape and adjacent properties. With respect to variance number 2, the side yard setback, if I can ask staff to go over to the location map. The proposed south side yard setback is an improvement over the existing south yard setback of 33 centimeters. So the proposed fourplex will have an increased side yard setback on the south side of 0.61, as well as the north side yard at 1.2, even though that's not a variance, in comparison to the existing building. The existing building has a 1.07 meter setback. There's also a number of side yard setback variance reductions that have been approved by the Committee of Adjustment at number 81, number 44, number 3, and also, as can see on the location map, that the prevailing character of side yards in the neighborhood are of smaller side yards, typically with one of the side yards at or near a 0 meter side yard setback. With regards to the front platform encroachment, if I can ask staff to go over to the survey and zoom in on the frontage of the property. So the front porch is proposed to provide safe access to the multiplex units. The front porch is farther from the side lot line than the proposed building and represents a small uncovered area of 2.6 meters squared that facilitates entry into the building. And as we can see on the location map and the survey, is that it's an existing physical character of the neighborhood to have front porches that encroach into the front yard setback on the adjacent properties, which is clearly seen on the survey, as well as closer to the side lot lines. And this is certainly a character on the immediate context as well as the geographic neighborhood.
Christian, you're over.
In my opinion, there's no impact to the southerly property of the front platform to facilitate entry into the multiplex.
All right.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Chair?
Okay, I'll give you 30 more seconds. All right, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And just to speak on the 4 tests, the improvement will be to the side yard setbacks. There's soft landscaping improvements in the front yard. That's currently the majority of which is hard landscaping. They'll be converted to sod as shown on the site plan. In terms of the official plan, the proposal maintains the general intent and purpose of policies contained in Chapter 3.2.1 with regards to housing, and also respects and reinforces the physical character of the neighborhood with respect to policy 4.1.5. And in my opinion, sir, the proposal is minor in nature. There are no building depth variances proposed. The proposed fourplex supports gentle intensification and is desirable and appropriate for reinvestment into the neighborhood in the form of additional rental dwelling units in a compact built form within an MDSA. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. Members, any questions for the agent at this point? No. All right. All right, Madam Secretary Treasurer, we could
Through you,
proceed.
Mr. Chair, yes, we will unmute the resident at 20 Kirk Newton Road.
At 20, okay.
Hello, Connie, you've been unmuted. Connie, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us? Hi, Connie, we'll attempt one more time. Can you hear us? Connie, can you say something so we can hear you?
Good morning, Connie. Are you on the line
Hello,
with us?
sorry, hi.
Hi.
Hello? Sorry, I was in another meeting. What can I do for you? The PDF that was sent, all the comments from the neighborhood, all the signatures.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is she speaking?
I'm sorry?
Is she speaking?
I was just on behalf of the street. Everyone had comments about it. It's a rental unit, correct? Is this not what they're proposing, a rental unit?
Well, it's a.
I've been on the street for.
It's a fourplex. So just before going ahead, you're saying you're sort of authorized to speak on behalf of other people on this street who've signed a petition in opposition?
Well, I'm not really. I wasn't authorized to speak. I just, went ahead and did the, I took over just to have the signatures sent and everybody's comments on there.
And did you hear the application by the agent a few minutes ago? Did you hear his
I couldn't hear all of it, sorry.
You didn't hear it?
Is it a rental?
Yes.
I didn't hear all of it, sorry. I did mention to the team that I may not be able to attend because I'm at work and also have a meeting, an appointment soon. So all the points that everyone has signed is on the PDF.
And what's the gist of their opposition? What's their issue or problem?
Well, you know what? I don't know. The neighbor next door was supposed to be on this call because it affects them mostly. I'm on the other side of the street.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you're number 20, right?
Yes, I'm 20.
So are you
I
personally?
just took the initiative because most of the people on the street don't speak complete English, but they were all concerned about this high rise going up, and I just started the petition and put comments of what they all.
Okay,
that's
that's very nice of you,
felt.
but are you personally impacted by this development?
Am I personally impacted? Not by the development, but I'm across the street. So yeah, you're going to have renters. You're going to have more cars on the road. This is a very quiet street. I've been on this street for like over 30 years. The city is turning these streets into condos, into a downtown community.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, I think we'll go back to the agent, go back to Christian then. Hi, Christian.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi there, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. And for completeness, I can go through the points on this petition as well as go through the neighbor at number 35's comments too, pursuant to their letter of objection, just for completeness, if that would satisfy the panel.
Good idea. Mm-hmm.
So, sir, just into speaking to the points on the petition, with respect to the home being out of character and compared to the existing homes in the neighborhood, I would like to note that OPA 649 did amend Chapter 4.1.5 of the official plan, the neighborhood policies with respect to the consideration of prevailing character, in that under the Chapter 4.1.5 policies as they stand in the official plan, there's a lot of comments with regards to prevailing character that with respect to multiplexes under OPA 649 were removed.
I see.
In order to ensure that and encourage, and this is specifically stated in the planning staff's report with regards to the OPA, in order to encourage the development of multiplex homes in existing neighborhoods, and they saw that the policy language with regards to prevailing was a barrier to facilitate that type of development. And so therefore, despite the fact that there are multiplexes that can be introduced into the neighborhood that may seem higher or in a prevailing character of a neighborhood that is 1 to 3 stories, that the heights that are proposed in these existing neighborhoods could come in with multiplexes that do not need to subscribe to prevailing heights in order to facilitate that type of development. With respect to the second point, for the current value of homes and rental properties, that is something that, in my respectful submission to you and the panel, sir, is not something that can be considered. Tenure is not something that can be considered for a variance application. And of course, the whole purpose of the multiplex bylaw, of which one of the great effects that planning was expecting to produce as a result was the addition of rental units into neighborhoods to address housing options and housing needs in response to the lack of rental housing and housing need in the city at large as well. With regards to the fourth point for existing parking, bylaw 89/2022 removed parking minimums from the zoning bylaw for low-rise residential housing. So therefore, although I can appreciate the impact that's stated in the petition here, it's something that is not to be considered if there's no variance for it. And also to add to that, the site is within an MTSA, so that within a 5 to 10 or 8-minute walking distance of the future Fairbank Eglinton Line station. So there is an expectation, especially with the tenure of the property being rentals and the property being within an MTSA, and also very close to a main street, a major street, that being Eglinton Avenue West, that the lack of parking in this proposal actually encourages the community and the development itself and the future residents to be in a walkable area such as this. With respect to the fifth point for the extended home to the backyard length, as I mentioned in my presentation, the proposal complies with the maximum building length and depth provisions in the zoning bylaw. That is, it is under 17 meters. I also recognize that the last point in the petition also speaks to an issue that was raised by the number of 35 with respect to the walls, the main wall height and the windows looking over to the skylights of the adjacent property. I'd just like to note that the positioning of the windows on the north elevation, if staff can go to that, would be in and around the same position that it would be for a building that would be as of right. So in my respectful submission, that the impact of the side windows on the north side would be the same in either situation, and combined with the fact that the north side yard setback is being complied with. And just to jump over to the letter of objection from number 35.
I'm giving you a little more time, but this is helpful, so go ahead.
Yes, I can appreciate that in the letter submitted by number 35 is that there is a concern with privacy into the bathrooms as a result from roof skylights. And of course, just to reiterate the point is that the windows on the north face are as of right. The side yard setback is as of right. So if a building that would be as of right would have the exact same impact as proposed. And there was also a concern with regards to the south setback at 0.61 in the letter from number 35. I do note that that south setback will not impact number 35. However, and to also reiterate that the current side yard setback is 33 centimeters, so there's almost a doubling of the south side yard setback, and there are no windows on the south elevation as well. And this is the same for the proposed front platform. Again, the front platform, it's encroaching 1.66 meters in the front yard, but that's a physical character of the neighborhood with front yard porches that go into the front yard setback and are at or near the lot lines.
All right, thanks very much. Just in terms of overall height of the building, see, it's really just a half a meter higher than the bylaw requirement. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. And the purpose of which, if we can see on the elevations as well, is to facilitate the floor to ceiling, or actually the slab to slab heights of 10 feet. Of course, when that comes under construction, those floor to ceiling heights in terms of their perception in the interior of the units will be reduced because of the joists. So in effect, the floor to ceiling heights that would come into reality once it is construction, should the application be approved, is of about 8.5 to 9 foot floor to ceiling heights within the units.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions in this reply? Any additional? No. Yes, so Mark, please.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question regarding the neighbor's submission on 35, neighbor located on the north side of the subject property. So the elevation that faced that neighbors, is it elevation A10 that you mentioned, left side elevation?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it possible that, for example, so what are those windows? Are there windows of the bedroom or?
Those are the windows from the bedrooms. So if you can go over to the floor plans, it's clear that the window that's towards the west is the window for the bedroom. And then the other window is from a walk-in closet.
Okay, regarding the privacy that the neighbor located on the north have a concern, is it possible that some of those windows be opaque?
I would need to discuss that with my client, but it would be my recommendation that they wouldn't be opaque. I will suggest to you that the windows from the bedroom aren't from a main room. That's one of the more rooms that would be used for social purposes. And those are rooms that would not be occupied for the majority of the daylight hours, or it would only be occupied during the nighttime hours. And there would definitely be shutters on them for the privacy of the occupants of the bedroom themselves as well.
Okay.
So these rooms aren't intended to have a long-term overlook effect by the very nature of the uses of those rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Members, and then just taking this into ourselves, any comments, or do you wish to bring forward a motion? Yes, Peter.
Sure, Chair. I'll make some comments. I think this is a really admirable application. I think the variances being requested are extremely minor. The side yard setback is an improvement over existing, and the front porch is basically nothing. And so really we're left with the height, which is 0.5 meter. So just based purely on the variances, I think this is completely supportable. So I'm happy to move a motion for approval without condition.
Yes.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Clay. All right, all in favor? Approved? All right, that is unanimous. That's approved, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Good. Madam Secretary Treasurer, I see that it's 11:15. I'm thinking perhaps we should consider a 10-minute recess break.
Sure.
How would that sit with members and staff? Yeah? Okay. All right, this is 11:15. We'll try to come back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll turn off our mics, etc., and be right back with you soon. Oh, sorry.
Sure, if everyone can just turn on their videos, we can proceed because we do have quorum.
Sure, thank you. I'll give Ms. Ellis a. Is she coming back? Sure. Thanks.
And we can proceed with item number 972 Perth Avenue. We do have one registered speaker on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. The person that we do have has left. We've made multiple attempts, but they have left the meeting. So we may just be able to proceed just with the agent who is here in person today.
In person, that's good. This is Perth Avenue. All right, I'll start just by introducing this and setting out the purpose as we gather. So, at 72 Perth, to alter the development standards for a new rental building approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 182 for 2022, as amended by the citywide zoning bylaw and a minor variance decision. So by increasing the building height from 11 to 16 stories, reducing the ground floor height, increasing the residential density, increasing the number of residential units from 128 to 211 units, amending the building's setbacks, step-backs, and reducing the loading space provisions on site. The existing vacant two-story building, previously used as a place of worship, will be demolished. The committee has before it a number of things, and that includes copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of the subject property, cover letter from Mr. DeFranco, a previous decision of the Committee of Adjustment in 2022, arborist report, rail safety memo, interesting, servicing overview memo, a shadow study prepared by Urban Strategies, a transportation study prepared by Stephanie Hardy's of BA Consulting, site-specific zoning bylaw 182/2022 affecting the subject property, and urban forestry permits, and the numbers of which are given on the subject property. In terms of comments and email, we have email correspondence from transportation services here, and we have staff reports from the project announced. I say again, it's a third-party review by Metrolinx. And finally, we have a staff report from community planning. There's a letter from the Councillor Bravo, a letter recommending conditional approval from Councillor Alexander Bravo from Ward 9. In support, we have correspondence from Anne Babcock on the Danforth, Wood Green, and Isabella Brenner, so there are two there. And in opposition, we show correspondence from Ricky Lau on 22 Perth Avenue and Jason Jazari, 69 Perth Avenue. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's what we have. We have an agent or speaker then in person. Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm checking my watch. It's still morning. Yes.
Perfect. Still is.
All right. Let me just check here.
Good to go. All right. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time today. My name is Antonio DeFranco. I'm a registered professional planner with Urban Strategies. Our address is 197 Spadina Avenue. And I'm also joined today by representatives from Castle Point, who's the developer, as well as BA Group. So if there are specific questions to them, we can certainly engage with them. So this is a relatively complex variance, given the correspondence that's been provided. And so I'll spend the next 5 minutes talking about some of the more salient points. And I think key to this project is that it is, in fact, a purpose-built rental building. So I think we want to bear that in mind as we consider this application. Just looking at this first slide here, I mean, in terms of the site, it is one of the most transit-oriented places within the city. The transit context is pretty phenomenal. The site is about 5 minutes from the Bloor Dundas GO station, Dundas West TTC station, the Union Pearson Express, as well as a future GO station just to the east over at Lansdowne. And this is very much a dynamic area. It's located just south of Bloor Street and west of Sterling Road, where there is a lot of development, mixed-use development happening. If we flip to the next slide here, just a flavor of the policy context, you can see this is through and through a mixed-use site, as you can see on the left, which is a location where growth is targeted. And a more recent avenue study undertaken by the city, as you can see on the right there, identifies the site as being part of Character Area D, and that is identified again as a location for taller buildings, given the proximity to Bloor Street and the proximity to transit. So if we go to the next slide, I'll just speak briefly to some of the overall refinements to the building here. The zoning was approved in 2022, and the site plan application is ongoing. We're working with staff through that. Since the time of the 2022 approval, there have been further design refinements that have taken place. This includes bringing on a new architect who has brought a fresh perspective to this project. And it also responds to the evolving policy context, which, as we all know, has changed drastically over the past couple of years, including a focus on development and growth within transit stations, and also a focus on delivering new housing within Ontario. The final core piece of this, I think, is just the firm commitment from the developer to deliver this building as a rental project. So it is a purpose-built rental, and obviously that has been more challenging over recent years given market conditions, but that is a firm commitment, and the variances before you today, in part, will help support the delivery of a purpose-built rental building. So looking at the key variances, I won't have time to get through all 7 or 8 of them, but I just want to focus on the massing changes and the height changes, which I think are most substantial. And on first blush, the proposed increase to 54 meters and 16 stories may seem significant, but I think it's important to put this in context. And the variance being requested, the height that's being requested, does include the top of the mechanical penthouse, whereas the previous permitted heights didn't include the mechanical. So when we compare the building height to the top of the main building roof, the increase is only about 12.5 meters. So I hope that puts it into a little bit more perspective. Some of the additional height in stories has actually been achieved by finding more efficiencies in terms of the floor-to-floor heights, and also there's been a reduction in the first story. The reason being that there's no longer commercial live-work units proposed, so that first story has come down. So the number of stories has gone up, but so too have efficiencies been made to the design of the building. And one important nuance is that the top level, which is considered the 16 stories, it is largely mechanical, but because it includes a little bit of amenity space, it's considered a story under the bylaw. So that's why I've called it, and zoning staff have called this a 16-story building. It's really an addition of 4 residential stories. And so I think these massing changes, I think that there is the additional height, but there's also changes to the orientation of the building. So you can see how the volume has been pushed back towards the rail corridor at the west side of the site, with the intention being to limit shadow impacts. So overall, these massing changes account for the changes and the increase in gross floor area, as well as the increase in unit counts. And a commitment that the owner has made is to delivering 5% of these units as affordable. So that accounts for about 12 affordable housing units within this rental project. So just to wrap up, in terms of the 4 tests, this project is a really significant one for this area. It's one of the first projects, or one of the more recent projects, that is delivering purpose-built rental as well as affordable housing. In terms of this application being minor, I do believe it's minor. The height increase is not significant when we consider the approved 11-story building, and when we look at the actual dimensions or the increase in height in meters, as well as when we consider the mixed-use designation for this site and the very kind of high-density context that is evolving around the transit station. I do believe this meets the intent of the OP and the zoning, as it supports the delivery of an infill apartment building on the site. And certainly it achieves good planning. This is in the public interest. There is the rental component, there's the affordable housing component, there's a cash contribution being committed to, and a range of other improvements being put forward here. So I respectfully request approval of this, and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks for that presentation. Yes. Members, any questions to the applicant?
I'm just looking at your roof plan, so you've got, so the amenity space, the outdoor amenity space is set back from, I guess, Perth Avenue, right? Yeah, so that's good.
That's right.
And you've got, it looks like half of your roof is gonna be a green roof.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial green roof. The mechanical area is actually not, it sort of represents a typical size of a mechanical penthouse because there is a geothermal system
Yeah.
proposed here, which reduces the mechanical requirements at the roof. And so, our team, our design team has repurposed some of that, the volume that would otherwise be in the mechanical space as amenity space.
It's good, thanks.
And aside from this process, there's a site plan approval application in, is that the situation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We're still working with staff collaboratively through the site plan process. And I should say, staff have also been, we've met several times with staff through the design process to arrive at the current design that you're seeing today.
Through the councilor's letter and others, there are a lot of type of provisions that are trying to sort of, I guess, to verify that these will be rental for a period of years and et cetera. Want to go inside with those? Yes?
Yeah, through you, Chair, absolutely. Our team worked closely with staff to arrive at those conditions, and we're fully in consent of those conditions.
All right.
I have just a really fast question. Just when I was looking at the shadow studies, I see some of the shadows goes over to what I think is the rear yard of the Catholic secondary school. Did you have any discussions with them about what they feel about the impacts?
Through you, Chair, I think you're referring to the school at the west. Is that correct?
Yeah, across
Right.
the rail line.
So that's a site that is also subject to a redevelopment. It's a pretty large, significant site. So it'll be pretty drastically transformed. I believe there's an active application that is currently being reconsidered. So there have not been significant discussions with the owners west of the rail tracks. To be fair, our focus has been on engaging with the local community to the east as they are more impacted by this development. So I can't say we've engaged with the school there, but I am aware of an application that is coming forward that will transform that site quite substantially.
That whole intersection of Bloor and Dundas, it's pretty much almost all slated for redevelopment, right? You're right, it's a massive, where the Loblaws is and where the school is, yeah.
Yeah. Through you, Chair, it's the Troy site, so yeah, a pretty significant development there. And then you'll see across Bloor Street in this area, there's just been application after application to intensify along Bloor Street, and obviously for the reason that there's so much transit in this area.
Yep.
All right, thanks for the matter. I'll ask you to stand down for the moment. We'll hear if there's opposition, and we'll get back to you. No speaker. Mr. Ricky Lau is not. Any issues or questions at all? No. All right. Thanks so much, sir. Then we'll take it into committee. Actually, I thought initially there was some very large increases here, but certainly purpose-built rental housing is certainly needed in the city. Yes.
Sure, I'm happy to start. I'm sure others have comments on this one too. I'm quite in support of this application for the reasons that the agent has laid out quite well. This is an area, as we just discussed, that is subject of, not surprisingly, a great deal of interest and a great deal of intensification, largely in part because of what they're doing at the Dundas station and the GO service and the UP service. It is an area that is, I think, well suited for this kind of intensification. It is adjacent to the rail line. Is opposite that is an area that similarly will be an appropriate, it's already approved for intensification. The access to transit is exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
The increase in number of units being proposed is substantial. That's a very hearty number of residential rental units, which I think is great. And the fact that there are a number of affordable units that are guaranteed to be affordable for 20 years, I think similarly is good. This area to its north and south is an area that is in quite dramatic transition. And I think, including this proposal will make a significant positive contribution to this entire neighborhood. So from my perspective, for all those reasons, I think it's quite supportable. And frankly, I think even though it does appear on the surface of it, 6 additional stories seems like a lot,
Mm-hmm.
I quite I personally think that this site is quite capable of handling that additional number of units.
Thank you, very helpful. Members, yes.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I agree with all of your points, Larry. I think this is the right site for this, but, and I think the conditions that are put forward by planning, I think do go away to kind of minimize the impacts of these, because these are large variances. I think this is right at the point where variances should maybe be a reapplication for zoning, but I think it works because of these conditions that are put forward by planning in terms of the cash contributions and the secured rental housing and affordable housing.
So if my colleagues don't have anything for us, I'm happy to move a motion on this one, Chair.
Please do.
I will move approval of this application subject to the planning conditions, which include all the things Peter mentioned. And also, I think there's a Metrolinx condition on this one, right? Is it a condition or advisory?
I think it's an advisory on this one.
I never know which they is. Thought it was a condition. I have it written down as a condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the warning clause.
Oh, it's only a warning?
So we'll take that as advisory, I think.
No, it's the condition for the warning clause.
Only.
Okay, so, so with planning and Metrolinx conditions, I'll move approval.
I'd second that, Chair.
All right, all in favor of this application? I'll look for that. Okay, sir, you have your approval. I think you have the unanimous approval of this. Good luck with that purpose-built rental. That's great.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 12, 89 Chester Avenue. We do have registered speakers for this item.
Yes. Number 12. Just give me a moment here. Okay, number 12 is, my recollection is this application was before us near the end of January. So 89 Chester Avenue, to permit a rear two-story addition, also to legalize and to maintain a rear third-story addition constructed without the benefit of an authorized building permit, further to construct a rear third-story deck. Committee had the following communications, again, survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 7 photographs of the subject property received March 1st. A previous committee decision from 23. Presentation materials from Ms. Evangelista, architect, order to comply affecting the subject property. There's a staff report from community planning. There's a supporting letter, correspondence and support from Ms. Prattis at 3 Chester Avenue. And there's also opposition. Correspondence and opposition from a number of people at 87 Chester Avenue, at 91 Chester Avenue, at 83 Chester Avenue, and at 99 Chester Avenue. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute Ida Evangelista, who's the agent. And again, we do have 3 registered speakers in opposition for this item.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 89 Chester.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to go through everything because we have made changes to the application since it's been in front of you in January. So before delving into the variances and providing a history of this home, it's important to clarify that this is an after-the-fact application. The committee is already aware that this shouldn't influence their decision-making process. I recently joined the team and wasn't involved in the original submission, but I've had extensive conversations with all parties involved. Construction began late last year with a building permit dated October 10, 2023. However, it's crucial to note that the owner isn't a builder and collaborated with contractors. The construction wasn't aimed at achieving a finished product, nor was it intended to be so. The rear area was simply enclosed to protect the home from winter elements and rain. The owners didn't plan to proceed with additional work until their application was heard. Nevertheless, there are penalties, and the owner will have to pay double the fees to being ill-advised. So, moving forward. This property is in the neighborhood of Danforth and Broadview, designated as neighborhoods in the official plan, zoned residential with a height of 11 meters. Regarding the current application, planning staff is in support, and I personally hand-delivered 24 packages to the immediate neighbors along with those that signed the petition at the previous hearing. Other than 3 letters of concern filed, we have not received opposition from others on the previous petition. You're also in receipt of the 7 letters of support from neighbors, along with a support letter from 3 Chester, which I must admit was quite refreshing and honest. Based on previous comments that were made, the application was modified to reduce the FSI, and we've stepped back the 3rd floor. If you refer to page 3, you see that the 3rd floor of the home now steps back 3.29 meters at the rear of the home. The main wall height of 9.3 meters are for the side walls, which is common on tight lots. However, if looking at the house from Chester, the main wall height is 6.04 meters, and at the rear is 6.67 meters. Again, as you can see on page 3, I've included the side elevations, how it differs from what was previously submitted. The main wall height variance is very characteristic in this neighborhood, as you see from the photos that I provided, and based on several homes in the areas, the main wall heights vary from 9.29 meters up to 11 meters, which is just right at 41 Chester. The existing home has a setback on the north side of 0.30 meters, and we are requesting to maintain this setback for the portion of the addition. The FSI being requested has been reduced from previous. It is now at 0.99 and in line with neighboring properties having FSIs of 0.96 up to 1.43. Again, characteristic to the neighborhood. The depth variance requested is a difference of 0.95. Sorry, my apologies, 0.59, a little dyslexic there for a minute. As permitted drawings had a depth of 17 meters with a breakfast nook and bringing us to a length of 17.41, and we're now requesting 18 meters, which is in line with the next door neighbor at number 91 who received approval for a depth of 18.41. So the neighborhood. This is an eclectic neighborhood, consists of semis, single detached, 2- and 3-story homes, a diverse range of sizes. As you see from the photos on pages 5 to 8, the proposed development reflects what already exists in this neighborhood. It has many characteristics of other homes built in the area, will not destabilize the neighborhood, and the photos show that the area is undergoing regeneration, with many adding a full 3rd story. The proposed variances will facilitate reinvestment in this area in a manner that respects the planned context and existing built form. The proposed variances are minor and will not adversely impact the character of the neighborhood. In closing, I would state that the application does meet the 4 tests. It is in keeping with the OP and ZBL, and it is appropriate and desirable for the area and minor in nature.
All right, thank you. Members, are there questions?
Did I make it for the 5 minutes?
I think you did pretty well. You have 4 seconds to
I'm open to any questions you may have.
Well, it sounds much improved from what we looked at and considered in January. Glad to see that. Yeah, I'm familiar with the area and that street. Members? No. All right. All right, thank you. We'll just ask you to stand by then. We're going to hear from other speakers.
Okay.
Secretary Treasurer? Yes. Do we have, is this Ms. Prattis? No.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, this is Ann Peel. Is that our letter of objection?
Sorry.
That looks like the older one.
Thank you.
The 87 and 89. Oh, the letter of objection from 87 and 91 that we sent in, I think, on April 5th.
So answer, you're at 87 Chester Avenue. Then.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you could stick there, page 4, that would be great. Okay.
Yes, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes. You tell us.
Yeah, so thanks for time this morning. My name's Ann Peel, and I live at 87 Chester to the immediate south, the gray house there. I note this is a new hearing, but I think it's worth repeating that the same applicants with essentially the same project on the same property were refused unanimously by your committee for clear, compelling reasons in January. I'm here to show you that the application you're considering today is essentially the same as that you refused, and that it should be rejected for the same compelling reasons. Those reasons being that impact and massing are not reasonable and the build is not appropriate for the property. The neighbors who were opposed in January remain opposed. 4, including us, sent letters again. We didn't collect signatures this time around. We were away. I talked about that yesterday with our neighbors at 81, who, in reaffirming their opposition, discussed how the plans you're considering today change almost nothing. Everyone is frustrated that we and your committee are expected to take the time to address nothing. The proposed tiny cutout of the 3rd story is almost an insult. The few neighbors in support are the same as those who supported before, and I want you to note that 44 Arundel and 3 Chester are both far from the subject property and owned by immediate family of the applicant. 3 Chester, which Eva characterizes refreshing, is actually a 100% commercial building, having a hair salon on the 1st floor and law offices on the 2nd floor. It's also south of the TTC. The nature of the neighborhood changes quite drastically north of the TTC station. Also the same was the lack of consideration and consultation with neighbors. We received a letter and a package on April 10th asking if we had questions long after the application was submitted, not before, not when our feedback would have mattered, after the fact, as has been the pattern with the applicants. Unfortunately, the application does not address the problem of massing and impact, as we'd hoped it would. What will exist if the plans are approved is still far too large a building for the property, called obnoxious by one neighbor and an atrocity by another. If we examine the plans, only 1.7 by 3.962 meters of sidewall mass will be removed. That's 6.74 square meters on an approximately 155 square meter sidewall, or 5%. From the standpoint of neighbors, the part of the 3rd floor that will be enclosed with opaque glass is not removed. It will still exist, will still block light, and is still a tower casting a shadow. You can see for yourselves the minimal impact the proposed change will have in Exhibit B on page 5, if we can just move it to page 5, where we have sort of showing you the white part that will be cut out there on the 2nd image. And you'll see removing 5% of the side wall of the building doesn't make it any less massive. It's a tweak. It's a minor cosmetic adjustment. The applicant has made the absolute minimum effort to address your unanimous refusal of almost exactly the same plan by your committee in January, and they've offered you no compelling reasons to reverse that refusal. The sidewall height will still be 9.3 meters, except for the mini cutout. That's almost a meter higher than permitted by zoning. We still have a tower here, a tower that is oppressive and that blocks light to its neighbor to the north. By the way, completely missing from the applicant's materials is a photo of their already illegally constructed 3-story addition, the one you can see right here. Rather, the photo on page 2 of their April 17th presentation that was just put up, that's labeled rear of subject property, is in fact a photo of the rear of my house. But you can see from that photo that there is no similar build to 89 nearby. The photos on page 7 of their presentation, labeled rear of 89 Chester Laneway, view of homes on Arundel, show the backs of 127 Chester and of 94 and 96 Arundel, none of which are visible from the back of 89 Chester. I checked this morning because I can't see them from my house either. The applicants also made no effort to address 3 of the 4 zoning infractions of the present non-permitted, non-approved build. It remains too deep by 1 meters, too close to the north lot line, with unwarranted high density of 0.99 for a single-family home. The highest density house on the street is 0.99 at number 84, which is home to a large family of 6 with 5 bedrooms. There's no Planning Act rationale that supports the level of impact and massing that now exists on the subject property. I have to remind you, too, the applicants demonstrated extreme disrespect for the Ontario Building Code, the Planning Act, and zoning bylaws with repeated infractions. And we think this entire sorry spectacle needn't have occurred if they'd respected the law and received permits before building, like everyone else does, rather than going rogue and if when they did have a permit, they followed their plans rather than being in violation. Under any and all circumstances, the lowest threshold for building must be strict adherence to plans and to the city's bylaws and construction requirements, as set out on page 2 of our letter. What we ask for is all in response to the applicant's previous violations. By coming before you today with an application that is unchanged substantively from the application you refused in January, the applicant's rolling the dice. This process should not be about luck, it has to be about substance. With no substantive change to the applicant's plans, as you can see from these photos, the result should be the same. The impact and massing remain unreasonable and the build is not appropriate for the property. So we ask you to respect your January decision and reject the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Deputy Secretary Treasurer is Mr. Sun. Is,
Sorry, are there any questions?
I'm sorry. Thanks for coming in person. Appreciate those remarks. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
we will unmute Jeff Sun.
Yes. All right.
Hi, Jeff, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thanks very much. Jeffrey Sun, 91 Chester Avenue. I was wondering if you might be able to show our letter of objection again, and the same second last page of Exhibit A. The same two slides, basically, that Anne was looking at. Yep, should be the next page. Yep, there we are. There we are. Oh, and sorry, the previous one. Yeah, and you could enlarge it. Yeah, thank you so much.
And you're also an adjacent property owner. Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm the yellow. You see, guys, the yellow house on the right there,
Okay.
right to the right of the
Yes.
the construction. That's me, and this is my childhood home since about 1985, and my wife and I are in the process of currently renovating the house to move back in. I believe Douglas and Gary may be familiar with this when the committee unanimously rejected this on January 31st for massing an inappropriate and undesirable development for this neighborhood. I believe was the statement in the final verdict for this project. And for those who are not already familiar with what 89's new owners did recently, is in December, they basically built this massive 3-story, 9.5 meter tall dark wall right up against my property line and extending it out to the backyard without really any notice. I was well, we were all rather surprised by it. For myself, this pretty much blocks out all the sunlight to my semi-detached house, all the 6 side windows, and the rear as well. My old second floor bedroom and bath used to be pretty bright in the mornings. I know because that was my bedroom growing up, but now it's pretty dark all day. And the dining room and rear family rooms are also a lot dimmer now. From the outside, it's not that it's just so tall, but when you're standing in my yard, it really feels right in your face. It's like right up against the lot line and extends way out to the backyard. So it's not just the height alone. It's really right up close to you. And even from many houses down, this great wall is very imposing and intrusive. And I think I recall Alan Royal from 83 Chester pointing this out last time in the January hearing. It's visible from just up and down the street from the backyard. Could you please show the next page, Exhibit B? Thank you. So today's proposal on paper is indeed a 3rd story 4 meter setback, replacing it with a deck. But there's also like a 1.5 meter high opaque fence, which by definition, opaque does not permit light transmission. So not sure why they didn't go translucent with like a frosted glass. But as neighbors, in practice then, there's only a small 4 by 1.3 meter cutout, which I'm sorry, does not impact or affect the impact of this tall wall jutting far out into the backyard and right up against my lot line. So overall, I'll just say that I've been surprised and disappointed by the seeming lack of any consideration of us, their immediate neighbors. and even no attempt at dialogue since the very beginning of this process. And the only communication we received was Ida's recent letter, basically informing us after the fact. This was like a week and a half ago. As I said in the last hearing, I'm still open to dialogue with 89 to try to make this work. But as of right now, this is definitely not a real change from last time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for Mr. Sun? Anyone? All right, sir, thank you. And Madam Secretary, do we have Ms. Prattis apparently in support? Do we have that person online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't, but we do have Alan Royal at 83 Chester.
Okay.
And he is the last speaker for today.
All right. Mr. Royal?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank you for letting me speak today.
Sorry, hi, Alan. Do you have two devices
There we
unmuted?
go.
You may
How's
want to
that?
just mute one of those devices. Try again.
Sorry, on this one, I'm on the wrong one. Can you hear me now?
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, I'm sorry. I had two web bars up. Thanks very much for letting me speak today. I spoke the last time, I just got these elevations that they sent to everybody on the street, and I didn't see. I'm still opposed to this. I think it's just too big for the neighborhood. I think it's too deep. First of all, I don't see much change in this application since the first one. What I do see is that they've added a deck. The other thing I see that they've added are windows down the sides. I don't see any cutouts for windows on the existing structure, but they do have cutouts for the doors in the back. So I'm wondering, and one of my questions is, are these windows that they have on their elevation, I think it's their south elevation, are they to code? And also, were they added, are they added in addition to the first application they had, or were they on the first application? Because I don't know if they were or not. Now, that's what they have there, but I have a lot more windows on mine. On their south elevation. I wish I could show you what I have. Yes, well, that's close, but yes, that's it. I'm looking at it sideways. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the elevation. They're those windows that they've got on that. Was that in the first application, or is that just added in the second application?
That will be a question to the agent, and they will respond to that. You can proceed with any other comments that you have.
No, the only thing I think about is that it's just too big. It's just monstrous. And two of these photographs that Ms. Peel submitted to you were taken from my backyard. So those are my comments. I'd like you to reject this for the second time and get them to make some serious corrections. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me speak today.
Yes, and members, any questions for Mr. Royal? All right, seeing
Okay,
none.
we'll
Thank you very
hear
much.
back from Ida
Yes,
Evangelista.
please, we'll have the agent as the planning consultant. Yes, Ada.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the staff, I understand that number 3 Chester is on hold. They were supposed to be a part of this hearing.
Just number 3?
When I reached out to all the neighbors, they did indicate that they would be speaking.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we
And
are
they are
checking our
holding.
list right now, and they're not on the line.
Oh, they're not? Okay.
No.
All right. Okay. All right. Going forward, as I mentioned previously, and I'm not going to belabor it, the mention of the OTC, that is something that has occurred. They received it once. As I mentioned, they closed up the rear portion to save it from the elements of winter because it was done late last year, and knowing that they were going to committee in January. So it's the same, it's the same comments that are made. But unless we're here to work together to rectify it, we cannot move forward. So the pictures that were shared with you on the letters of opposition are not correct. The back, the third floor steps down 5.2 meters from the roof. The overall height of the house is 11 meters, which is permitted in this area. The home at the rear, the whole third floor, steps down to 3.96 meters. There was comments on the previous meeting that it would infringe in their privacy, and that's why the owners are proposing frosted glass at the rear, just so that they have privacy. The application has changed substantially, and I'm somewhat perplexed because I walked through this neighborhood, Arundel, Jackson, Browning, Chester, and I see more imposing homes than what my client is trying to achieve here. The home that we are proposing is in line and very characteristic to what is in the neighborhood. We have to compare. We can't cherry pick. We have to compare apples to apples. So when I take a look at the neighborhood, and you go out and you take your dog for a walk, you're going to walk the whole neighborhood. You're going to see what's in the neighborhood, and all I saw were main wall heights in excess of 9 meters. As I mentioned, 41 has a main wall height of 11 meters. So I'm not sure. Where these comments are coming from. I understand that, there's some form of disappointment. I can hear that. However, I also know and understand, and as I've mentioned at the start, I've spoken to everybody. You always get a story. You always have to talk to everyone and get the full picture. The neighbor at N at 87 wanted no conversation. And that's why I personally hand-delivered packages to everyone. The owner of 91, Mr. Jeffrey's son, he does not live at 91. So we don't know where he lives, but what I did do is I took the petition, I handed out packages to everyone. No one reached out to me to have a conversation about it. So now we can't be here today and say that no one's reached out to us when they have from the get-go, and I have myself. So what I'm stating to you, Mr. Chair, members, the proposal that you have in front of you today differs from what you viewed in January. We have made extensive changes. They were concerned about the rear portion, three-story at the rear. We've brought it down. We dropped it 5.2 meters at the rear. It has a main wall height, as I mentioned, of 6 meters, 6.04 at the front and 6.67 at the rear. Not imposing. I would like to add, as of right, I can build a full 3-story, 17-meter long home at 11 meters in height, which would be much more imposing. The north side, the windows that Mr. Jeffrey's son mentioned.
Your time is just coming up, yeah, so would you just be very quickly?
So that, the windows were always adjacent to, it's midpoint to the existing home, so that does not change. We're just keeping in line with what the existing side yard setback is. I believe I've commented on all aspects.
Just one quick, then, one resident was speaking about windows on the south elevation. Did they show in the first iteration in January, or is that are those new now? Just trying to clarify.
On the south? Yes. Hold on one second. No. We did have windows on the south, yes. That with building permit, we did have windows on the south, as we're showing currently.
Thank you. Members, yes, Mr. Clay. Yep.
In your package of photos, the fourth photo shows a shot from, looks like the rear of the yard looking back at the structure. Is that the one? Yeah. So that shows a full 3 stories. Is that the current proposal, or are you lopping some of that off?
No, I'm removing. I'm lopping, as you stated. I'm lopping a good part of that off. That's why, through you, Mr. Chair, Member Clay, that was misrepresented, because that photo that they showed does not depict what we are proposing
actually,
today.
That's your photo, right? This is your photo?
So you...
This was in your submitted photos, I think.
And which one are you referring to?
It's up. Yeah, it's up on screen right now.
Yes, on page 3, where I reference variance number 1.
No. It's in the package of photos you submitted. So it's up on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'm delayed.
It's in the rear, it appears, and we're looking at the back of the structure.
Right. Do we know which page?
I'm sorry, I don't. Staff? Anyone?
Or is there an address that you could provide? Does it just state rear of 89 Chester Laneway?
There's no title on it, Ida. It's just there's 5 or 6 photos that I would imagine that you or your client has submitted to us.
From that's the support letter that you probably received from 3 Chester.
Well, no, it's not. It's in your material.
Okay. All right. If staff would indulge me and include it on the screen.
Yeah, it's up now.
Okay. I'm slightly on delay.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Okay. Subject property? No.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Okay. I'm looking at it. Yeah, that's the one I proposed. I put in the 2 elevations with the previous application.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm confused.
No, that's not it either.
It appears to be, 3-story structure there, just as sort of framed and.
Okay, this one?
Yes, that one.
I don't know which one you're looking at, Ida.
Yeah, right now it's showing that it's my part of my proposal, variance number 1, which shows the 2 elevations and the previous elevation.
This is a photograph, right? Not an elevation.
No, this is not a photo. Anyways, through you, Mr. Chair, Member Clay, could you ask that question again, and I'll try to answer it without.
Well, I think what I was asking is that this photograph is a shot of the rear of the structure,
Right.
from the rear of the yard looking back at the structure, and it appears to show 3 stories.
Right.
And I think what we were all asking is that 3rd story, are you proposing to remove that and that portion of the rear portion of that and replace it with a terrace? Is that
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct.
okay?
We are removing that 3-story portion at the rear, and it will have a terrace, and we proposed frosted glass.
Okay, thanks.
Members, any other questions for the speaker? No, all right.
I have a question.
Yes,
Yes.
one further. Yes, yep.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question from Ms. Evangelista. Just wonder, the neighbors on the south side, neighbor address number 87, have a concern about privacy, and so I understand you mentioned that this side exterior main wall height, you saw similar 9 meter in the neighborhood that have been approved, but do you have any other suggestion, or can you make it frosted so have less privacy, give them more privacy to the neighbors on the south side?
Through you,
Variance
Mr.
number
Chair,
1?
yes. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We have actually, because I did review planning's comments, so on the plans themselves, we have included that we will be installing opaque or frosted glass.
On all the windows?
To give them, for.
Sorry for interrupting you. On all the windows on the south side of the property? South elevation?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, member, we can, that is most definitely possible. We can put frosted windows on that side, on the south.
Okay, thank you. And one more question regarding variance number 4. I would like to ask you one more time. Is that the existing side yard setback, the north side? 0.3 meter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is the existing side yard, correct.
Okay. And my last question is regarding the staff. The staff have a condition on their report dated April 5th, 2024, and have conditions that we tie it to some floor plan and I think it's floor plan, 3rd floor plan. Is the is this after your alteration, right?
Yes. So the floor plan that they are asking us to tie it to is for what is in front of you today, where we've stepped back that 3rd floor substantially.
So then,
and we are in agreement with that.
So I just want to confirm that drawing number A5, 3rd floor plan prepared by Selectus Architect dated February 26, 2024 is the one that have all the modification, correct?
A5, that is correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, member, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Anything further? No. All right. All right, thanks. We're going to take this into committee for discussion and resolution.
Yeah, sure. I'll start.
Okay. Mr. Clay, yeah.
I frankly, I still think that this is, I mean, this is only a meter beyond, but given the previous discussion at committee and the concern raised by the neighbors, it just strikes me that, you know, the biggest concern, I appreciate that the owner has stepped it back a little bit, but it just seems to me, you know, if you reduce the depth by a meter, you could probably build something either close to as of right or something that I think would satisfy the neighbors. I do think for this neighborhood, it is a little on the deep side, so I am concerned still about the length and the massing in the rear yards and the impact on the adjacent neighbors.
I would agree with that. I have a concern about the impact and the size, and it was interesting to take a look at the photo of the one particular neighbor that referred to the yellow house, just as to, you know, how the situation now looks at the moment, and I don't think the modifications are that substantial. Other members?
Thanks, Chair. I'll weigh in. I'm of a different opinion. I think that the application as it is supportable from my perspective. I think that the agent did make a good point, I think, saying that building a house as of right, and Larry, you alluded to this too, would result in a very similar impact, I think. The variances, just when we look at them on the sheet, I think the only one that looks very large to me is the FSI. The depth is 1 meter. The side main walls are pretty small increase. So I think, I don't know, from my perspective, this is one of those cases that, yes, this proposal would definitely have impacts on the neighbors, but I don't think it's extremely far beyond what is contemplated by the zoning bylaw. So I understand the concerns of the neighbors, but I would be inclined to support it.
All right, thank you. Doug, or?
Sure, I'll just chime in because I sat on the previous panel. I'm sort of still of mixed mind about it because I do think it's an improvement from before, and I think the cutout definitely does decrease the massing at the back, and so that does bring it closer in line to something that would be allowed as of right. But I also tend to agree with the neighbors where the screening at the top on the deck is not just about privacy in this case. It's also about the visual, that wall aspect of the project and the large massing that was really what brought the application down before. So I'm not sure. It looks like an improvement, but it's, in my mind, not as much of an improvement as it looks like, at least from a massing perspective.
Thank you. Nazilis, did you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening carefully to the neighbors and also the agent. So we're dealing with 4 variances. Variance number 4 is kind of existing situation. The depth is 18 meters, just 1 meter extra. And my concern was mostly variance number 1, that the agent accept to put to change all the windows on the side, south side of the property to be opaque, and I think that will provide some privacy to the neighbor located on that side. And also regarding the FSI, since it's just it's alteration and addition, so the number looks 0.99 times, but because it's alteration and addition, I think it's okay. So and with the changes that they're providing or suggesting to remove a part of the 3rd floor and set it back, I think that is a good suggestion. So I think overall with these modifications and changing the windows to be opaque on the south side will be good development.
All right, thank you for those comments. Members, do you want to put forward a motion?
I can put forward a motion.
All right. Mm-hmm.
So therefore, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the staff condition that the staff condition dated on April 5th, 2024, that the plan, that the development be substantially constructed substantially in accordance with drawing number 5, third floor plan prepared by Selectus Architect dated February 26, 2024, and received by the committee on March 11. And also would like to add the one condition that all the windows located on the south side of the property will be opaque. And that is my motion.
Thank you. Yes.
I would second that.
All right, all in favor of that motion, put forward. All right, all those not in favor of that motion? All right. Madam Chair, it appears that the motion fails. We have a 3-2 vote to refuse the application.
Chair, I'll put forward a motion to refuse this application.
All right. All right. Sorry.
Mr.
So it's
Wilkins
been
has
moved and
seconded the
seconded.
motion
Moved and
to
seconded.
refuse.
I'm sorry. To
I
refuse.
moved a motion to refuse.
Sorry.
Doug
Heard-
seconded it.
Heard it wrong. I'm sorry. I have a motion to, I will also vote to refuse the application. Yes.
So all in favor of the refusal? Mr. Clay has moved the motion to refuse the application. Mr. Wilkins has seconded that motion. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Application is refused.
Sorry, Larry, I heard you wrong.
I'm sorry. I'll speak more clearly.
Through you, Mr.
Yep.
Chair, we
Yes.
can move forward with item number 13, 24 Austin Terrace.
Yes.
We do have 2 registered speakers in opposition for this application. So we can hear it now.
Yes, I see we have several lawyers involved as well. So I'll just turn to our materials, if I may. All right, we're moving to item on the agenda 13, 24 Austin Terrace. The purpose is as follows: to construct a new 2.5-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage in the basement below grade level, a rear second-story balcony, as well as front and rear third-story roof decks. Also, to construct a front first-story green roof garden platform on a part of the roof of the integral below-grade garage, and a front yard parking pad, partially covered by a front canopy. A new in-ground pool and a hot tub will be constructed in the rear yard. The existing 2.5-story detached dwelling with integral garage will be demolished. Committee has before it the following communications: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. There's an arborist report by the private sector. There are presentation materials from Jonathan Scharf as agent. There's a tree protection plan. In terms of commenting agents and emails to committee, we have correspondence from Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Transportation Services, and we have staff reports from Urban Forestry and from Transportation Services. In terms of support, we have 2 form letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 58 Lyndhurst Avenue, received in April, and 5 Austin Terrace, also received in April. In opposition, in respect of the same matter, we have correspondence in opposition from Anand Giardini at 26 Austin Terrace. We have correspondence from Andy Margaritas, if I'm pronouncing it right, of Davies Howe Partners, and on behalf of owners at 26 Austin Terrace.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute David Bronskill.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bronskill. Yes, all
So it's David Bronskill, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto. Here, Mr. Chair, acting as agent for the applicant.
Yes, thank you. And as there are speakers and as there is opposition, we'd like to then, would you make a presentation to us? You have 5 minutes to set out the project and you can address the variances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very special site at the end of the dead end for Austin Terrace. We included in the package, just to help orient you, some air photography so that you could see the immediately adjacent uses with that context. To the east, in fact, today is largely used in association with Casa Loma for storage. And then to the west, I understand there's likely a speaker here today in opposition, but we did include on page 5 of the aerial map, you can see their existing garage and paved area on the east side of their dwelling, which I understand is used for vehicular access and parking. We've oriented the building on the lot using that aerial map. Mr. Chair, I'm going to submit to the committee that a lot of this, I think, is about numbers and may not be about the qualitative analysis. And I just want to walk through the site plan for you so I can describe it for you. We did include densities. We're at 92.83. We did include densities in the area in the package in front of you just from a quantitative perspective and circled those that are above 90 so that you can see there are some in the area. I acknowledge there are also some less than 90 in the area, but I do think there's a range. But I think the qualitative here is going to be important. And part of this is oriented, Mr. Chair, by the diagonal access of Austin Terrace, and then the resulting perpendicular lengths and depths that are drawn from the diagonal front yard setback. And if staff maybe could bring up the blow up on page 3 of the materials just for you. You'll see the red dashed line on that page 3 of the presentation indicating the permitted envelope of the thank you, a permitted envelope on the property. And you can see this is using public school geometry, a parallelogram, which is not generally what is built in terms of a house without those red lines. So instead there's some staggering to it, but it's a rectangular volume that then proceeds north-south. So while the depth, you see the significant numbers, I think, in terms of the depth that gets deployed on the site. I wanted to, as I have done before with you, just talk about the actual north-south sidewall dimensions of the above grade structures. So on the west side, the first floor actually has a north-south dimension of 19 meters. On the second floor, that then gets reduced to 15.84. Those are actually quite regular house length numbers. On the east side next to the Casa Loma property, the first floor is actually 17 meters before it staggers for the outdoor room. And then it's actually 18 meters at the second floor, but that's because there's a projection at the southeast corner of the house that then counts into building length. But in terms of a north-south depth, it's staggered, and it's not the large length and depth that you maybe see numerically in the decision being deployed that way. It's because it's deployed on an angle from the front yard setback. And so I just wanted the committee to have those actual numbers in a north-south dimension of those sidewalls so you could understand in terms of how it relates. There's then a one-story outdoor room. It's connected. That then contributes as well to the length and depth and to the required rear yard setback variance. But I'm going to suggest to the committee, if that was separated from the main structure and became a one-story accessory structure, you could locate it generally in that area. So it's a function of that outdoor room acting as an accessory structure for the rear yard amenity being attached to the regular dwelling, adjacent to Casa Loma, a part of it, a portion to the neighbor to the rear, who I understand is going to speak. But if it was disconnected, you could have a cabana located generally in that same area. So I don't think it's got the impact on the neighbor to the north that perhaps they have suggested in their written correspondence. And in terms of impact on the neighbor to the west, I just have you keep in mind, again, 19 meters ground floor, 15.84 meters second floor, third story then staggered back with significant step backs on all sides adjacent to their paved parking area. So I think this actually has been designed sensitively to fit within that context. We included a rendering as a beautiful design. I can also, at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, take questions on the transportation services report on the parking area. But overall, I actually think this is a dwelling that fits both quantitative and qualitatively well within the neighborhood and should be approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know we have a speaker, Chair, lined up, but I wonder if I could just ask a couple points of clarification from my perspective. If we call up the site plan's still up there. Mr. Bronskill, just a couple questions. I was struck by you don't have did you guys submit a waiver?
Mr. Chair, I'd have to pause on that. No, I don't think we did, but I will double check.
No, we got
I
no
don't
waiver.
think it was a waiver.
So I guess the question I would have, just looking at the rear yard, you're not, I don't think, asking for a rear yard variance for landscaping?
No, we're not.
I appreciate you have a pool and that counts towards it, but it just looks like there's structures back there. I'm a little bit surprised, given that you're one room outdoor room, and I don't know what those squares are. But your pool and water structures, I guess, contribute. But what's the treatment back there?
I'll have to pull up a landscape plan for you, Mr. Chair, which I'll do just as I'm talking to you to be able to, through you, Mr. Chair, just to be able to answer Mr. Clay's question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Just one moment, sir.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have, if the zoning examiner didn't.
I do.
Yeah.
It's in the plans package, sir, which was done, and so the pool does count. You then see the treed edges on the adjacent to the property line. You'll see, I think you can see that on page 3. Those count. You then talked about different figures. The hot tub actually is hard landscaping.
Oh,
where the chaise lounge, I always mispronounce that, are located. Technically is hard landscaping. Those other 3 boxes you then see are soft landscaping, so for planting grass, etc. Okay. And then there's a couple of other hard landscaping strips.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I just didn't notice that in the plans, but it just
it doesn't appear well on the site plan.
Yeah, it just looked like squares, and but that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and the other thing is coverage. So you don't have a coverage variance?
No, there's no coverage variance. There is the FSI variance.
Okay, thanks.
All right, staff, I'm sorry, just, hi, sir. Are you from Davies Howe? Yes.
Good afternoon,
okay.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Andy Margaritas. I'm a partner at Davies Howe LLP, 425 Adelaide Street West. And I represent the neighbors to the immediate west at 26. And my clients have owned and lived in this home for several decades. We are asking the committee to refuse the variances that would allow this approximately 9,200 square foot home. And we did file written submissions on the 17th of April. Mr. Chair and committee, the subject property abuts an existing historically designated property associated with the Casa Loma. The official plan of the city does contain policies that specifically direct that attention be paid to these adjacencies. Regrettably, no heritage impact assessment or heritage assessment of any kind could be located, so I don't believe that that's been considered. Notwithstanding, a defining character of the historic Casa Loma neighborhood is the expansive and vegetated spaces between and in front of homes. I've shared images of this characteristic for homes along Austin Terrace and Lyndhurst Avenue on pages 2 to 4 of my submissions. Turning to the impacts and starting with the height, the applicants in their material suggested that the height permitted in this area is 13 meters, and this is the architect in their materials. What they have neglected to advise, however, is that that height of 13 meters is permitted for a sloped roof home. This proposal is not a sloped roof, it's a series of flat roofed homes. Thereby the height increase is impactful. It in my client's view, impacts their access to light and sky view, which I think is distinct and much different than the casting of shadows, and that's not mitigated by the stepping of the proposed third floor. I mentioned the the front and rear yard setbacks and the historically designated property to the east, which has expansive front yards, which can be viewed in my photos, and there's been no assessment of how these reduced setbacks from the front and rear will impact the views to or from the Pellet Lodge and the open space character of its front yard. Turning to the depth variance, to summarize thus far, the applicant wants to build a home closer to the street than permitted and effectively eliminate the rear yard setback. They also want to build walls at a height not permitted, given that they are proposing a flat roof. It also seeks what is, in my view, a shockingly large increase to the permitted depth, which will result in a home that is more than twice the depth at 35.22 meters than what is permitted. The applicant has shared a presentation suggesting that the depth isn't that bad. In our submission, not only is it bad, it's worse than what's being portrayed. The ground floor is 34.22 meters in depth, more than double what's permitted. It's unclear to me why the applicant is trying to essentially net out the first floor outdoor room at the rear, since it is a structure that they are proposing here. If the committee would like to ignore this structure for whatever reason, then it should be removed from the plans, and even without the outdoor room, the ground floor would still be 25.76 meters in depth, which is almost 9 meters longer than what's permitted. Moving to the second floor, which is 22.7 meters in depth, that's almost 6 meters longer than what's permitted. And I understand the argument about the north-south orientation, but we're applying the zoning bylaw, and that's how the zoning bylaw measures depth. So anybody coming down the line in the future is going to say, hey, they got 35 meters, why can't I have that also? But leaving aside that quantum of the depth variance, in my view, is objectively not minor. One must consider it cumulatively with the other setback reductions. Turning to FSI, as a result of the reduced setbacks at the front and the rear, in my view, shocking depth request, and the proposal is 0.93 FSI, which is significantly higher than what is permitted to accommodate a 9,200 square foot home. This 9,200 square foot figure omits the basement level, which does extend well into the permitted depth and includes things like a basketball court, and this is the first time I'm saying it before the committee, a gun room in the basement. The applicant has provided 8 other properties that have FSIs greater or in the range of 0.9, but I'd like you to closely scrutinize that figure because it's all for lots that are narrow and smaller than what's proposed. So these higher FSIs, in my view, are better suited to these more narrow lots, which need higher FSIs to accommodate modern living. This is not one of those sites. It's a big lot, a lot of frontage, and it can be easily distinguished by the higher FSIs suggested. For all those reasons, it is my submission to, this doesn't comply with the 4-part test and should be refused. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, one question, please. Yeah.
Thank you. You've talked a lot about view sheds and the impact of this, but I didn't hear you, and you talked about the variances, but I didn't hear you talk about what the impact of this would be on your client.
So I referred that more in my written submissions.
But I'd like to hear from you about what your thoughts are on that.
No, absolutely. So in terms of the access to light, that's in my view distinct from casting shadows. When you look up at the sky, you want to be able to see the sky. In this case, with the imposing length or depth of the building, with I understand the 3-tiered home, their view is they're not going to have that access to the sunlight that they're accustomed to and have enjoyed over the several decades. With respect to the in particular the third floor deck proposed. If you look at the site plan, the access from that third floor deck, and keep in mind, you only get that third floor if you approve the FSI. You know, without that FSI, you don't get that third floor, you don't get that impact. So from the third floor deck, the access is westward, facing my client's property. Then there's a bit of a corridor leading, I believe, to the north, all adjacent to my client's property, where they then have this third floor deck, which of course has privacy impacts from our perspective, which are compounded by the additional height. So that is a major concern of my clients. And then, you know, you did mention that there's no area requirement or ground or coverage requirement here, but there is an FSI. So right now, the existing lot is perched up at an elevation higher than my clients to the west, again, compounded by the height and the depth and so on. But there is an incredible amount of ground coverage here, compounded by the higher elevation. My clients do have significant concerns about the drainage and the impacts it might have on their properties. I didn't focus on that here because we all appreciate that that's going to be dealt at the permit stage with the building code compliance, but that is a concern, and quite frankly has been overlooked, well, through the submissions or via the lack of direct consultation with the neighbors.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes. No. Yeah. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will now unmute the resident at 61 Lyndhurst Avenue.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes,
Thank you for, thank you very much. I didn't hear my letter of opposition mentioned today, and I just wanted the committee to be aware that we are neighbors that directly abut the property to the north side, and we did submit a letter of opposition, which I see was received. I'm just a little concerned that it doesn't show up in the committee's package, so I wanted to make you aware that that was filed. In any event, a couple of concerns for me. The lack of collaboration with neighbors has been a problem from the beginning. We have made attempts to speak with the owners, the builder, really to no avail. We've not had any luck to get any information about whether they're willing to work with us. And I note that the building itself was, I believe, demolished without a permit, which does not, set a very good precedent in respect of what takes place going forward. The proposed lot coverage is a concern, not only for us and our neighbors to the south, but I understand there are several other community members who are concerned by this as well. It is plainly an overbuild, not within the context and characteristics of the neighborhood and frankly for the lot. The fact is, in my view, there needs to be some more communication between the owners and the neighbors. There haven't been any. I have been in contact with Councillor Josh Matlow's office, who has advised that he would be prepared to host a mediation to resolve some of these issues, or at least narrow the issues, assuming the committee would be willing to defer the application today. So, in my view, that would be the best way to proceed, given the number of concerns that not only the community but the adjoining neighbors have. And on that note, I want to mention that there's also a letter by Urban Forestry that was filed. I saw it in the package yesterday, and that also requests that the committee defer the application, based on my reading, it has to do with inadequate protection or insufficient protection for the trees that are being affected or injured by the proposal. So, again, in my view, several concerns. I think a deferral makes sense here. I think that communication between the neighbors is key. And I think the fact that the city councilor is willing to facilitate a conversation, a dialogue, very, very important, and I don't see any downside to that. I do also note that Robert Levy, who is the chairperson for the Casa Loma Residents Association, is in attendance today and would like to make comments. I don't know if he's permitted to do so, but I'm just letting the committee know that he's available to speak to it if that's something you're interested in hearing. But those are my comments for today.
Thank you, and I understand that that your letter has been read and was received. Committee got supplementary material, just at the end of the afternoon yesterday. So your letter is in that package.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I just indulge?
Sure.
So the last speaker spoke to a report from Forestry that suggested deferral. I don't have that in my materials, and I just want to confirm that in fact that we don't have that. We have a suggestion on conditions, but we don't have a request for deferral. Is that everyone's understanding? Okay. So just to that last speaker, there is no Forestry report seeking deferral. We have a forestry report seeking conditions were to be improved.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It literally says deferral. Sorry, just if I could, unless I'm reading this wrong, items 4 and 5 of the report that I have in front of me state that the urban forestry requests deferral of the application to fully address the impacts of the bylaw protected trees.
Well, just hang on a second. We'll double check our records, but from what we have before us, we don't have that report.
What's the date of the report there, ma'am?
If I may, I think that what's happening is the report has all of the 5 standard conditions of urban forestry, and then if you go to the second page, you can see that for this address at Austin Terrace, they're just recommending conditions 1 and 2 of those 5, but it's just the structure of their letter, which includes all.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ma'am, do you see that in the chart that's attached to that letter? There is.
I do, yes, and just to be clear, this was also based on a conversation that I had with Councillor Matlow's office. That was their understanding as well. So fair enough, if that's what the letter states. I just wanted to draw the committee's attention to that language.
Thanks, Doug.
All right, I guess nothing further for her. Madam Deputy Secretary, is there another person? I see.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we will unmute David Bronskill.
All right, fine. All right. Mr. Bronskill, it's going back to you for reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say in consultation, Mr. Chair, it's always difficult. I know packages were sent out from the architects. I know neighbors contacted. I know there were discussions. I was not involved in them. And my client's not in support of a deferral at this time. We'd like to move forward one way or the other. So that's all I'll just say about that. Mr. Chair, I will ask you to ignore any innuendo about the uses in the basement. There was a suggestion of a gun room. It's a gun safe for the safe storage of lawfully possessed weapons. So I'm not quite sure why that was raised with you with sort of a grunt. I'm going to try and keep all of my comments to the matters within Section 45 of the Planning Act. And I am going to suggest you to Mr. Clay's question through you, Mr. Chair. There were not meaningful submissions made to you about impact. And let me just address what I can in terms of light. If staff are able to put up a west elevation, I think that's very illustrative of the suggestion that there's going to be a loss of light from, I guess, the east on the parking area for Mr. Margaritis' client. The west elevation shows you the limited extent of the third floor. Mr. Margaritis is incorrect, by the way. The 13-meter height is to the top of roof for this structure as well, and there's no limitations on stories. There's no different measure for height for a flat roof structure. He perhaps meant to say that there is a variance for main wall height that I'm happy to address, but it's just to the third story portion that, as you can see, is very limited in its northern extent. That's the west elevation facing Mr. Margaritis' client. You can see how it's staggered and stepped back. There will be lots of access to light in his client's parking area, and in particular in his client's amenity area at the rear of their structure, which is to the west of their garage. So I don't think that's a credible impact. He also suggested, and if I'm going to ask staff again if they could, just this might be better in the plans. I apologize to staff. The third floor garden or deck area. If you look on the public hearing notice, there is no variance for that area that is required. It's also, as you go up through the building, you can see that area, and you can see how it is stepped back from the west wall of the second floor below it. So it's not sitting on the property line or sitting on that west wall, but again, as part of the design and staggering of this structure, it's pushed back from that wall. And so someone on that area is already going to have a very hard time looking down, because they've got to look past that second floor wall to get down into the parking area that's located to the west of the property line. So I don't think there are privacy impacts from that area. In terms of my submission to you about the rear, I'm not asking you to remove and or discount the outdoor room. Far from it. It's there 100%. It contributes to the variances. What I am suggesting to you is that there would be very different variances before you if it was disconnected from the main structure. And in fact, accessory structures are permitted in the very location where that outdoor room is located. And then finally, just in response on the depth, Mr. Margaritis did correctly indicate to you it's a 25.76 measurement. If staff could go back to our presentation, and again, my apologies for making you jump around. Page 3 with the site plan, I just wanted to again show you why this zoning bylaw sometimes creates absurd results. That 25.76 measure, we included on this plan so you could see it. It's there on that sort of upper diagonal line. You can see how it's measured from the front yard setback red line, and it goes back to a line that is drawn essentially perpendicular to the northeast corner of the house, or the so you can see it there. So essentially the 25.76 is to the tree that's in the outdoor area. That's why it's a bit of an artificial number in terms of measuring the actual length and depth. And that's why I gave you the actual east and west sidewall lengths, so you could understand, I hope, how with this building sitting on this lot, those numbers aren't actually deployed in terms of actual structure in certain areas. So it's a bit of an artificial number. I acknowledge it. But I think the better representation of how this house is deployed is going to the numbers I gave you earlier in terms of the east and west walls, and being what I think are frankly reasonable numbers, 17, 18, 19, 15, 8.84 in terms of those wall lengths along both the property lines. To that end, Mr. Chair, if you did see fit to allow the variances in addition to the urban forestry conditions, I would suggest a condition that required construction substantially in accordance with the site plan and elevations. That would ensure that the length and depth are not redeployed in another manner, and would also ensure the staggered nature of the building that I have emphasized for you repeatedly here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy, as always, to take any questions.
Members, any questions to Mr. Bronskill on that? No? All right. I'm seeing none. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Members, let's take it into ourselves then for...
Oh, did I
Sorry.
see-
We got, yeah. Yeah,
Did
Mr.
we ask
McLean?
I'm sorry, before we go out of committee, did we
Yeah.
ask the applicant, did he mention the transportation condition? We're refusing.
That's true, parking space in front.
Mr. Bronskill,
Yes.
you've seen the transportation report?
Yeah, I understand why they are recommending what they're recommending. We would prefer to keep the variance. And the site plan maybe helps explain why the parking area is located where it is. And we'd be open to a condition for permeable paving for that area. There is a grade change on the site. Apologies to staff. I might actually, if you could, quickly show the rendering, the last page, because it'll show you just in terms of the parking area, then the driveway and the grade change. It's a convenience parking area that's been included, and it's in part because the best and only, frankly, from a design perspective, location for the driveway is at the east edge. You can see it there in the rendering. It's not a below-grade driveway, but just in terms of the grading on the site, that's the best place to bring in the driveway. What we've then done through the design is there is a parking area next to the stairs on the western side there that you can see, and I think that's what staff have expressed a concern about. I understand they don't want to encourage that. I think the truth of the matter is people park in their driveways all the time. This would be a convenience parking space, grocery offloading, coming home with kids and or the elderly, etc. And it allows easy access to the stairs up to the front porch. If the concern is about water permeability, again, there is no variance related to landscaping, but we'd be accepting of a condition related to permeable paving in that area, Mr. Chair.
So just a follow-up, so the parking, where we see the car on that rendering, that is the entrance to the underground parking lot, right?
It's not technically a below grade garage, just in terms of the grade, but that is the entrance, you're correct, and that would technically be the driveway.
So do you have permissions to park a vehicle as represented in that illustration in that spot?
No, because where that driveway comes through, there's actually public boulevard.
Okay. So arguably there wouldn't be any parking there. Technically, what transportation's saying, you really shouldn't be parking on the other side.
Correct.
But so can I get some, do you guys know which area is Mr. Bronskill correct that the
staff are, through you, Mr. Chair, staff as always are being very helpful. They've zoomed in to show you the parking pad. That's the west side.
Okay, we hadn't seen that. Okay.
right, and that's the one, David, that's the one that they're
correct,
that this recommendation is specific to?
Correct.
It's not speaking to the other
correct,
I guess driveway.
Correct. That parking pad does not meet that provision of the zoning bylaw, but it's there as convenience parking, both in terms of proximity and because of the presence of the public boulevard where the driveway is located on the east side.
But your expectation on behalf of your client is that there wouldn't be overnight parking there. That's just for drop-offs.
Sir, I never want to make a statement like that through you, Mr. Chair. I think it is a convenience parking space. Would there never be overnight parking? I can't make that submission to you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Chair.
No, it's fine. Any further comments? Okay, all right. Thank you both. There's a lot there for us to consider and unpack. We've got does anyone wish to put forward a motion?
Well, this might benefit from a little discussion first, right?
Yes, I think so, right.
We may have different views on this one.
Right.
I'm happy to start if that's okay with you.
I'm glad that little comment was made about the gun safe, you know, considerably different from, say, some type of range or something there, so that was helpful to hear. Go ahead, Larry.
You know, on the surface of it, these variances do appear to be large. They certainly attract your attention. I mean, a depth variance of 35 feet, or a depth of 35 feet.
35 meters, yeah.
35 meters, pardon me. You know, on the surface of it seems excessive. But the lot is an unusual lot. as some are across the city, where it is an angular lot, you know, relative to Austin Terrace, and it does sort of present the kinds of issues in respect of the need for variances that the agent has spoken about. You know, if you do take the straight line to the rear, it does kind of look like it's mitigated a little bit by virtue of where it's drawn from off the street. The ground floor outdoor room, which frankly presents as a one-story room, is on the side opposite of those houses on Austin Terrace and Lyndhurst. And it's adjacent to a property currently owned by Casa Loma, which I don't think is going to have any material impact on it. The area that is most adjacent to the neighbors who are concerned is, in the rear anyways, is outdoor amenity space. And I do know that there are trees, probably cedars, that run along the periphery of the property, which I think will go speak to, you know, sheltering those areas from the adjacent properties. And the immediately adjacent property, that area, there's a garage there. So I don't see that portion of this application necessarily being offensive or dramatically impacting on the enjoyment of the immediate neighbors. With respect to height, I will note that the third story is is a relatively modest part of the structure. It is set back from you know, the next door neighbor on Austin Terrace and Lyndhurst, and sort of the massing generally is more towards the vacant area on the Casa Loma property. So I don't see that necessarily as being an overly impactful element of this application. So you know, given the nature of the structure, even though it is 3 stories, I think it is mitigated by the fact that it's stepped back on the stories. We're often seeing these outdoor rooms a lot in these kinds of neighborhoods, which sometimes can be an impact on the adjacent neighbors. But again, the fact that it's over to the non-resident side, I don't have any issues with it. So, you know, the variances, again, you know, if you look at them without context, look like they could be quite dramatic, but I think in context of the site and this site's juxtaposition relative to the adjacent neighbors, I don't see that significant an impact.
Thank you. Any other members want to respond? Yes, please.
Sure. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
I don't really agree with Larry's perspective. I understand that, yes, I think the variances look worse than they are in terms of the,
so too. Yeah.
the depth that's going. I think my main concerns are around not necessarily the depth, but the rear yard setback and the front yard setback and the intrusion into those. 7.5 meter rear setback is required, and there's only 0.5 meter there. And in the front, where the garage portion, the roof of the garage entry, comes way out into the front yard setback area. And I do get that the neighbor to the east is Casa Loma, so the impacts on enjoyment are perhaps lessened, but who knows what the future holds for that site and what their plans are. But there is a flanking lot to the rear, right, that where this outdoor room gets very close to. And I just think it's too much on the site. I think it kind of has expanded in every direction. And to that extent, I don't think it really fits in with the development in the neighborhood. That's my main concern. I think that the plan has a lot of good going for it. I think it's being sculpted nicely with the stepping back on the third and down to 1 floor. for the length portion of it, but just because of the extremity of those rear yard and front yard, I can't support it.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Looking at this specific site, I agree that this site have a specific qualification and even location and the angle of the plan that triggers some variance, but and also on the east, as you may know, there's a Casa Loma property. On the north side, although the construction go all the way to very close to the back of the property, that recreational or pools structure. But when you look at the site plan, the neighbors on that, which mostly impact, is 61 Lyndhurst, which actually that part of their site, south part, they have a lot of trees that completely have a vegetation that have minimum impact, and they also have a pool. On the left side of the property, and the west side, property number 26 Austin Terrace, garage is located, so that one also will give them privacy of that open area space on the back. And then when you first look at the variance, but especially variance number 2 and 7 and 8, the numbers are, that doesn't look minor, but when you look at the plan and the way that the site have been located on that subject property, then it will explain that why this 35.22 meter depth is what they propose, is because of the angular and the rotation of the plan, and also number 7 and 8. But I also agree with the transportation suggestion that variance number 10, the parking space, should not be located in the front yard or side yard street. And that is my my overview of the site. And I believe that by the way that they design and they step it back, when they go to a third floor, it gives more privacy to the neighbors on the west side. And also I agree with the agent suggestion that if we tie it to site plan and elevations, so that will just explain the reason why we have all these variances.
Doug, you care to opine?
I think I come down more on the side of what Peter was saying. I get that this site is oddly shaped, or differently shaped, and that drives a lot of this, but I don't, when we look at that extension on the east side that's going all the way to the back, it really doesn't respect the sight line, but the whole project is also concentrating loads of activity close to where the setback would be, in part, I think, to give people privacy and their own space. And I think by, extending the house all the way back and making it a usable space that is combined with the use of the pool and everything, I just have trouble seeing all of the variances together as really respecting the intent of the bylaws here.
Thank you. I don't, I find the configuration of the lot very unusual, and that is kind of driving me, I guess, to being able to, I think, live with some of those variances that are sought that seem large in number. Okay.
Chair, well, why don't I try this?
Okay.
I would agree with that we accept the transportation recommendation. I think we have to be consistent. We're seeing this recommendation in properties right across the city where we're not allowing front yard parking pads.
True.
And just because this is in this neighborhood, I don't think it gets an exemption from that. I think If they've got other areas where they can park, then that's what they should be doing, as opposed to a convenience. So I'm gonna move approval of this application, with the exception of variance number 10, which we will remove, or we will refuse, and subject to forestry condition 1 and 2. I'd also like to suggest that we put screening on the, privacy screening on the 3rd floor. Is it a deck or a terrace? Doesn't matter, whichever it is. On the, I think the east side. Peter, is that your sense of which side it should be on, for the Austin side? You always know these things. See, I'm putting you on the spot there, I apologize. I think it's on the
West
east.
side.
Is it the west side?
Yes.
Is it the west side?
Yes.
So I'm gonna suggest we put a condition having privacy screening on the west side. Sorry, Peter. And forestry conditions 1 and 2. Oh, and send tie to, tie to the site plans
yeah.
and elevations, I think he said, did he?
Okay.
Site plans and elevations.
And through you, I will second this motion.
All right. All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor then, of that? Okay. All right, all those opposed? All right. Doug and Peter opposed. All right, we have a 3-2 vote. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, the approval is given subject to those conditions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 15, 223 Shaw Street.
All right.
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Just
And we do have the agent online.
great. Just a moment. Just want to get to my notes on that.
Don't know,
Say 15. Okay, sorry, folks. So, 223 Shaw Street, the purpose is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story townhouse dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd story addition and to demolish the existing rear 2nd story deck. The existing ancillary building and detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway will be maintained and unaltered. The committee has before it a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, and there's some correspondence in support from owner at 194 Shaw Street. All right, we have the applicant agent then on the phone. Let's have a look.
Edward Lee, you've been unmuted.
Hello, Edward Lee here. Address 6 Argyle Street, Toronto.
All right, thank you. Just asking for a second, Mr. Lee, just get my, all of the ducks in order. Yes?
Don't think we need a presentation, Chair.
Yeah. All right. Any desire for a presentation? It does appear not to be. All right. Fine, then hang on, Mr. Lee. Okay, I just wanted to check the, what I got. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's
Yep.
no registered speakers for this
No, no
item. I don't
registered
know if
speakers.
members have questions of the applicant.
I was just trying to call up my page on the variances sought, sorry, and on the screen, I'm just seeing, if you can for me. Just
Yeah,
lift-
we can
lift that
scroll
up.
down on those, on the
Yeah,
2
could you? Yeah,
variances,
just,
one for depth, one for FSI.
Ah, okay, all right. Oh, they're pretty minor in number, all right. I think I would move forward and move approval of this.
Chair, I think one of the members might want to move.
All right. Please, Peter, all right. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think this is very straightforward, just extending out the 3rd floor. It's a very common renovation in this neighborhood, and there are no impacts that come from it that I can see. The 2 variances required are extremely minor, so I'll move approval without condition.
Thank you. Second from Doug. All right, all in favor of that? That is passed unanimously. You have your approval, Mr. Lee.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 16.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we can proceed with item number 16, 71 Keel Street. We do have registered speakers for this item.
Okay. Let's get to that. Oh, yes, I see that. All right. Okay. All right, everyone, yes, so agenda item 1671 Keel Street, here's the purpose: to convert the existing garage abutting the lane into a 2-story laneway suite with 2 parking spaces below. At the rear of the existing 2-story detached main dwelling, this is a triplex. I said there'll be a total of 4 dwelling units, 3 in the triplex and 1 unit in the laneway on this lot. Committee, in terms of material, has a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 2 photographs of the subject property. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry. There's correspondence in opposition. No address given, but I see we have speakers there. So, all right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Yes, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Perhaps you just speak up just a little bit, but otherwise we're hearing you fine.
Okay, my name is Ozran Stambuk. I'm at 15 Moreland Road, and I'm the agent of the applicant.
All right, thank you. Yes.
There's a speaker there.
Speaker, yes, yes. Oh, I see your speaker on. Okay, sorry, sir. All right, you have 5 minutes because there are speakers. We ask you to make a presentation. Tell us about your project and what variances you seek and why you feel the tests are met.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I typically like to do, I don't know if you feel like this is a good idea, but I like to hear the opposition first, because I've tried to, so I use, as you can see on this first page, I use 3D models in my drawings to make it as explicitly clear as to what we're trying to build. And all the variances come from exactly what you see on the page here. We're building over an existing garage. We could avoid some of the variances by completely eliminating the garage, and you're actually allowed to have 0 parking space as of right with a laneway suite. But obviously we don't want that. We want to maintain some parking, so we've essentially maintained the parking spaces on the existing kind of garage. Of course, we're rebuilding it. And we're rebuilding it according to the zoning bylaw to be only able to fit 2 legal parking spaces. It's being used, sometimes in the past it was being used for 3 parking spaces, but that's not a possibility anymore with modern cars and things like that. There will be various use from the triplex and from the laneway suite of this kind of shared garage space. So that's kind of, which results in a lot of the variances of the height. Because we wanted to maintain that space, and then we wanted to put a laneway suite on top of that garage. So looking from the triplex, as you can see in that backyard view, it looks like actually it's below the maximum height of a laneway suite, looking from that back point. But then looking from the laneway, it's higher. But then it would have less impact on the laneway because it's not directly across any other buildings, or at least there's a quite a wide laneway separating it of 5.4 meters according to the site plan. So that's kind of the reasoning behind a lot of the variances. And like I said,
sorry, you are seeking 7 variances. You sure? Why don't you address some of them? That may not flow from the plans. For example, soft landscaping. Okay, there are others.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the landscaping variances. So again, these variances stem from an existing situation, because we're building on top of a very similar footprint to the existing garage. And then if staff could scroll down on the plans, we can go to the side elevation view, if that's possible. you're going to see on the side elevation right there. So what we have here behind the triplex, we have an existing concrete deck. So that's an existing situation. And then we're dealing with a small patch of grass that we're utilizing to the best of our abilities to make sure the soft landscaping stays reasonable. And then we're dealing with the kind of the footprint of the garage. So that's where our soft landscaping and landscaping variances stem from, because we're trying to utilize what is the existing situation, and we're dealing with the existing situation, and we're building on top of the footprint of the existing garage. So we're not decreasing the soft landscaping area, but we're trying to utilize what's already there. So that is kind of, I can get into more detail with that if you have any specific questions, but that is kind of what the soft landscaping kind of stems from. Then looking at, for example, variance number 4, it's asking for the laneway suite must be no closer than 7.5 meters to the, yeah?
Yep, so go ahead, yep.
Yeah, 7.5 meters, and we have 7.15 meters. And the main reason for that is essentially we're trying to fit, we're trying to make this investment worth it, essentially trying to make it worth it to build this structure that's going to cost probably $1 million with all the landscaping and everything like that. So we're trying to push a little bit, and I guess that is the purpose of committee, push a little bit the variances and try to fit more living area into the laneway suite. So that's kind of where, we're not asking for too much. We're asking for a little bit closer of the rear wall to the existing triplex. And I think we've sensitively designed it so that there's not going to be a lot of overlook or privacy concerns onto that existing triplex, and the triplex is not going to create those privacy concerns onto the laneway suite. And if staff could scroll down to the rear elevation, it should be either the next page. No, that's roof plan. No, you're right there. So here we've tried to minimize the amount of windows. This would be the front. I apologize. The elevation between the house and the triplex. So yeah, right here. So here we've tried to minimize the amount of windows and try to put all the, not to put spaces of critical privacy issues in the back of the suite. We've tried to put, if staff could go to the floor plan, the second floor plan, it's going to be a few pages up.
Okay, you've exceeded your 5 minutes, but let's go ahead. You can try to wrap this up in the next 60 seconds, okay?
Sure, absolutely. So yeah, this is just the last page I wanted to flag, is that we've tried to put all of the spaces that don't have a high sensitivity to privacy incursion that is facing the triplex. We've tried to minimize the window. We're certainly considering putting opaque glazing on the bathrooms, but these are high windows, transom windows, and so that kind of speaks to the distance of the suite to the back wall. I'll happily address all the variances, and I'm sure there's going to be more to speak on based on the opposition.
All right, sir, just stand by. Members, are there questions for the applicants here? Yes, all right, yes.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question regarding the landscaping in between like the garden suite and the other one. I'm referring to variance number 2, that there's no soft landscaping in the area between the auxiliary building and the laneway. But that was the variance number 2, but when I look at the site plan submitted, there is a note on the bottom part that mentioned that you have a soft landscaping area between existing building and suite, proposed soft landscaping area of 28.6 square meter. So would you please clarify that?
Can staff just move this page a little bit to the right so we can see that area between suite and zoom in a little bit? Proposed landscape area. Doesn't it say 0.00 meters? Move to the right a little bit. It says 0.00 meters.
Okay, thank you. I was reading the note on the bottom in between.
No
Okay,
problem.
all right.
Glad I could clarify.
It's there, okay. All right, sir, thank you. We'll move to hear from other speakers then. Madam Secretary Treasurer, then, would we move to...
Through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, we've unmuted Robert Levy. Hi, Robert.
I don't see him in our speakers list, but Robert Levy?
Hello, Robert. Okay, okay, the next speaker is Neil. We're going to unmute Neil.
All right, Neil.
Hi, Neil.
Hey. You can hear me, correct?
Good afternoon. Yes, perhaps just speak up a little bit and, yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have a question regarding the existing garage. And it's my understanding that the garage has already been demolished.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, Neil Livingston?
I just got to interrupt a moment. It's really just for the record, and I guess it's here. Neil, so you're at 50 High Park Avenue and you're unit 2009, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding the existing garage.
Okay.
And I understand that that garage has already been demolished. Could someone just speak to that, please?
Okay, well, when we get back to the agent, we can ask them about that. Has the garage been demolished? Okay. Anything further, Neil?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll now unmute Jim.
Yep. All right, Jim Roshan.
Hi, Jim.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Jim.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and you can just confirm your address, please?
I'm at 180 Indian Grove, so I have rear access to the laneway in question.
I see, yeah. All right.
So, thank you for the opportunity of speaking. I feel that this is a rather modest development in comparison to your one with the basement or the basketball and the gun room in the basement. But I would simply like to make the point that I have no general objection to laneway suites, and welcome them as an opportunity to utilize existing land and infrastructure in the city. However, in this case, I think this application goes considerably beyond the spirit of guidelines and is much too big for the site and neighborhood in question. Specifically, I think the overall size of the proposal is way too big, as evidenced by the number of variances requested, and that the massing of the building is excessive, especially because of the close proximity to the main house on the site with its projecting balconies and rear access arrangements. The proposed reduction in soft landscaping certainly is an issue in this area, as anyone who lives around here knows that local flooding occurs in the laneway from time to time. And finally, any reduction in setback has the potential to cause problems in what is already a fairly narrow laneway. If any reduction in setback is allowed and repeated by other developments, the laneway will be severely constricted to the detriment of all laneway users. Also, your previous speaker, Neil, mentioned the garage being demolished, and that, in fact, is the case. The garage was demolished some time ago.
So you're just confirming that garage is, that's up on our screen, that's been removed then?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Right.
So finally, I'd just like to say that if the application was revised to fall within the guidelines, I would certainly have no objection to it. But there were no attempts at local consultation or discussion with any of the neighbours by the owner or by his agent. So, in summary, those are the reasons for my opposition to this application. It's too vague, but no objection otherwise in principle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Jim? No questions. All right. Thank you, Jim. All right, then I think I think we'll return to the agent then.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Hi. Yeah, I know. I'm just taking a quick look again, just trying to remind myself if there was any sort of floor space index here that's being exceeded, but I didn't see one. But sorry. All right. You just want to respond? So the garage has been taken care of. It's been demolished. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair. So the garage is gone because it is unsafe. It was mostly, as some of these garages are in these laneways, it was mostly a raccoon den. I had a similar garage and had to deal with it promptly when I purchased my property. And this is what the current owner of this triplex is basically just interested in improving the property, and that garage was unsafe. And then, that actually speaks to something else. That garage being removed, obviously would be replaced with this laneway if it was approved.
Street, yeah.
Laneway suite, if it was approved. But it's not only that garage that's going to need to be repaired. It's actually the entire retaining wall that is going to be behind the laneway suite is going to have to be rebuilt, because this is, typical wear and tear of an aging building that will need to have updates everywhere. So when the owner took possession of the triplex, all the units were repaired and put in better status, and so now this is kind of like the next section of kind of potential improvement of the property. So that's kind of the reason the garage was removed, the reason the retaining wall behind the garage will be removed, and the reason this project will just cost so much. And so because of that cost, we have to look at what's worth doing. And that's why we are having some of these variances. And just to speak, for example, to the setback, if staff could potentially go to the site plan in the drawings A002 and zoom in on that little garage.
Just on this issue, sort of the laneway suite. So I see that the zoning requires a meter distance from that laneway, and your 0.64 is what you're proposing and asking for.
Yeah, and I want to explain that perfectly, because actually, if you look at the site plan, that 0.64 is to the eaves of the laneway suite, and we have no idea why the examiner chose to do that, to pick the eaves as the setback. But it's a zoning notice, and we want to go with the more restrictive option. And obviously, in that sense, we're very comfortable with being tied to the site plan, because really the real setback is 0.91 meters to the second story. Now, the key thing we did here to accommodate, the width of the laneway and all those things and all those concerns, we set the front of the rebuilt garage wall to 1.50 meters, so 50 centimeters more than is required. So we try to address these issues with narrow laneways by giving that more space in front of in the laneway, so it's easier for cars to pull into the garage, pull out, and move around, in general, maneuver around the laneway. So that kind of speaks to what's going on with the setbacks. And I think these are, if staff could scroll down to the elevation view, side elevation, can start scrolling down. I'll tell you exactly where we're going. So we're going to A200 south elevation. And you can see here on the, if staff can zoom in a little bit to the back of the suite, you can see here the setbacks that we're really dealing with. And here we don't have the dimension to that gutter, but that is what the zoning examiner took. Actually, the setback to the gutter, which is, I don't understand why, but we definitely don't want to change something and then be in trouble later. So what's really important here, though, is that we have 0.9 to the second floor, so we're almost in compliance. And then to the garage level, sorry, to the first floor, we have to consider this portion here that has the stuck on it, that is the ground floor. And then below it, where it's the block, that is 1.509 meters, that is to the garage. And so we've put efforts into making this at once worth it to build, and also at once respectful of as much as we could of the variances, while also taking advantage of the existing conditions that we're dealing with.
Okay, any questions, or not? All right, thank you, sir. The committee, discussions, motions? What do you think about this?
I guess one of the things that I'm having trouble with the soft landscaping is that I can't picture where the folks that will end up living in this garden suite have any kind of usable space outside of their home. Like, in addition to the fact that there may be drainage issues and things like this, I don't know where they can congregate or have any kind of amenity space, and it seems like maybe it's
Sorry,
like
I'm just not sure that, sorry, the agent can hear you, sorry, so it's a concern over soft landscaping?
Well, I
Yeah.
see the soft landscaping,
Yeah.
like it has different, in my view, sort of functions in terms of, drainage and things like this, but also for usable space for the occupants of the laneway suite to use. And it seems like the site is making it very difficult to make the laneway suite usable in the way that many are. It's just a comment.
I can answer that through you, Mr. Chair, if you would like.
No,
Or you-
it's okay. It's all right, sir, at this point, yeah. All right, members, do you wish to put forward a motion then?
I can jump in with another comment.
All right.
I understand your concern, Doug, yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if there is an answer or if it is usable outdoor space. But I think the application as a whole I think it's supportable from my perspective. I think especially because of the grade change going down from Keel to the laneway in the back, that it's, from the front of the house, it appears, it only goes up to the midway point, basically, of the second floor. And so I think the angular plane issue, that was a concern of mine, but I think that's mitigated because of that. And I think, yeah, the soft landscape deficiency, I don't know, I think they've done kind of the best they can because of the existing situation where the building is and the deck and then that open space. But I do think there have been commendable efforts to set back from the laneway to meet the spirit of the angular plane. So I would support this.
I'd just weigh in. I'll agree with Peter. This is I think it's an excellent site for this. You look at the laneway, it's actually lower than everywhere else, and so height isn't really, frankly, that much of an issue. But I think, frankly, one of the more important points is that this is literally a 1-minute walk to the Keel subway station. So this is the kind of neighborhood, frankly, where we should be supporting intensification and laneway suites and bringing in more rental accommodation into areas which are this close, not only to Keel subway station, but then across the street you're into High Park. So it's I think an exemplary location for this kind of an application. So I'm very much in support of this one.
All right, so I'm gonna put forward a motion then? Yes, please, Peter, let's go.
Would you like to add
No,
something?
you
No, okay. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so for the reasons that I said, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition 3 and tie it to the site plan, substantially in accordance with site plan.
Seconder for that motion, yes?
I will
Okay.
second it.
Thank you. All right, all in favor? It is unanimous that the matter is approved. Madam Secretary Treasurer, so I'm just watching time and concerned. Have we got just one, number
Through you,
17?
Mr. Chair,
that
we
the one?
have item number 17, which is the last on our list from our morning session.
Last item,
Then
yep.
we will take a 1-hour break, so I presume we'll be back at 3 o'clock.
Fine, okay. All right, so we'll proceed then to deal with 17. Let me get to that. Just a second, Bowden, I see, Danforth. Sorry, 17, Bowden Street is referenced as well, and then I have 285, 297 Danforth Avenue, all right? Purpose of this application is to alter the existing place of worship Danforth Church by demolishing the southern portion of the building and constructing a rear 8-story addition, including 1-story side addition, as outlined in a site plan application that's cited. The new addition will front Bowden Street and will will provide 32 affordable dwelling units and 18 bed sitting rooms. The northern portion of the existing place of worship fronting Danforth Avenue and the southeastern tower will be retained. The current application is also necessitated to correctly identify variances as cited in variance numbers 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 below that were not requested in minor variance application numbers given in 2023. So I take it then variances are obtained last year, but there are other ones now that need to be considered. Committee has planned a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a letter from Mr. Asquith, the agent. The 23 Committee of Adjustment decision is there. Arborist report private. Email correspondence from the zoning examiner. Tree protection plan. And finally, we have a staff report from community planning. I got familiarized with April 15th. So staff report, and finally, correspondence in concern from Dr. Laura Betcherman and Dr. Michael Spejda at 57 Bowden Street was received. Yes, all right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as one registered speaker. We're not sure if they're speaking in interest, support, or opposition, so I'm
see.
gonna unmute them,
Yes,
just to ask
I
them.
think so. Why don't we scope that out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, Eunice?
Yes, is Eunice Yu there, please?
Hello, Eunice, one more try? Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, they're probably just observing, so we'll just unmute the agent.
Okay.
Hi, Graham?
Hi, thank you, Chair and Committee. My name is Graham Asquith. I'm the Manager of Development here at Assembly Corp., formerly known as Our House. Our address is 123 Front Street West.
Yes, Graham, just before you just start, I'm just thinking, so we were trying to contact one person, Eunice Yu. Are you familiar with that person? Have you any idea whether she might be in support or in opposition to your application?
I have not been in contact with her, so I do not know her stance on the development.
All right. Okay, please, you've got a total of 5 minutes, but we're going to ask everybody to be as concise as they can.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tell us about your application. Yes, so this is good. Reuse of a church building, which we're seeing that in a number of situations here in the city, and so some portions of the former church are going to be retained, and but there are quite a number. Provide 32 affordable dwelling units and 18 bed sitting rooms. Tell us more about that.
Correct. Yeah, it is a unique development, so I'll give you a broad strokes summary of the project as well as just a background as to why we're back at Committee of Adjustment. So the proposed development has received funding through the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rapid Housing Initiative to support the creation, as you noted, 32 self-contained dwelling units and 18 bed sitting rooms. I am representing the client Woodgreen Community Services, who will be operating the development once constructed. These contained dwelling units, as well as the bed sitting rooms, will be for at-risk seniors, so individuals 55 and plus of at-risk groups within the community. The existing building is located at 60 Bowden Street and fronts Danforth, hence the multiple addresses on the application. The existing structure will partially remain, with the proposed development only occupying the rear of the site, while the front portion will remain in place, integrating the new building and housing into the existing heritage elements. This will be utilized by both Woodgreen and the existing church within the retained portion, while the new structure will be solely for the housing of Woodgreen's clients. The proposed building will also meet the yet to be implemented Danforth urban design guidelines to ensure it will comply with the intent of future site and area specific policies, as well as zoning that has yet to be fully implemented. Through consultation with city staff, it was deemed appropriate to address the proposal through a zoning variance as opposed to a zoning bylaw amendment due to the minor nature of the requested variances and the expedited timeline associated with RHI projects. An initial committee hearing was held in 2023 with a number of minor variances being granted on the basis of complying with the urban design guidelines for Danforth Avenue. Given the tight timelines of this project, these variances were granted based on zoning waivers, not a formal zoning review, as the city was unable to complete a review in time for a hearing, although requested. Since then, a formal zoning review has been completed and additional variances have been flagged by city staff. The variances were also prepared based on an early design of the building, which has since been further refined. Due to this, a small number of additional variances as listed today will be required to complete the project, which are before you now. The bulk of these additional variances stem from refinement of the ground floor layout, with the remainder being required due to an oversight in the original zoning waivers. The massing of the building remains consistent with the previously submitted proposal and the urban design guidelines for Danforth Avenue. The ground floor related variances will allow for a more efficient building and be more tailored to the proposed use of affordable housing for seniors. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions there may be.
All right, thanks. I see that there's a community planning report, and they're recommending approval of your application. Yes, all right. Members, questions for the agent here? I think so. So it's going to be managed by the Greenwood. I don't know if to call it the community, but Greenwood has been here in the city for many decades. So they're going to be. This is really more like a social housing project. Would you describe it that way?
Yes, you could describe it as social housing. It is independent living, so it would be closer to market rate. Or sorry, not market rate, but independent living. So it will be below market rents, but these are not individuals that require assistance or support around the clock. They are just elderly community members.
All right, thank you. So I jumped in there. Members, any questions for this gentleman? No? All right, okay. Thank you, sir. And so we have no speakers. All right, yeah. All right, members, in discussion and comments, and then we'll be happy to move, I'm sure, to a motion.
I can go ahead. I agree with the City of Toronto staff report. It's a good project. I think there's a lot of vulnerable seniors in our city especially, and it's nice to see the inclusion of also the bed sitting rooms, which are really going to provide support to exceptionally vulnerable people. And so I just want to express the agreement with the City of Toronto report. And so I'd make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is another member?
You're right, with the community planning conditions, thank you.
Yeah. All right. The motion approved with the community planning, and is there any, no urban forestry I see on this? Good, all right. A seconder for that motion? None? Oh, so okay. All right, all in favor of that motion? All right.
I'll third it. The morning has finished.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so we'll take 1 hour lunch and we'll resume at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.